His ass is gonna blow!
Throw highball glasses at.
Dad, I'm making the Chiefs my 5-star silver bullet special, and it's not your fault Jessica doesn't like you. Is it my hair? My overbite?
sides, you know how overblown the news can be. They just love to scare people. I mean,
yeah, I guess that's true. Ah, feels good. Feels good to have the gimmicks back. It was it was touch and go. So last week the gimmicks kind of died, and in fact, like, they died so hard that they took out the stream. And not sure why they took out the stream, but the answer to why they weren't turning up was that I accidentally hit the mute button on on MPV, which is the music player that I use to actually queue up the audio for the gimmicks. So that's all good now. That's all good. We've got gimmicks. Got the gimmicks back. Hey, hi. Let's move out of here. Let's move out of here. That's better. Hey, hi. Yeah, this is going to be another game dev stream. For the last few weeks, I've been working on a custom adventure game engine for DOS. For this, I guess, DOS game jam that is currently going on. And yeah, the intent is, I guess, to have, to actually have a game as well. So, obviously making the engine to make the game. But, made really good progress on a lot of fronts since last time. So last time we were just kind of like messing around with the audio tracking code. We're going to get right back into actual nuts and bolts doing stuff with the engine this time around. So I should probably show you all kind of like where we currently are now. So let's turn it on. Sorry to fans of the horrible PC speaker sounds. I've turned that off for this demo. But you can see here now we've got a mouse. We've got like palleted graphics in the background, and more importantly, we've got collision detection. So now look, I can move the mouse over something, it'll say what it is down the bottom, and if there are two sprites that are kind of overlapping one another, it'll, it respects the value of the sprite. Look, I can stick the mouse cursor right here in between the feet, and it still works. I can, overlap the image, and it still works. So, yeah, that is, I don't know, that's quite a milestone. Yeah, also kind of, I guess, coming with that, I've figured out how to make art, or at least I figured out like a kind of a workman-like assembly line process for putting together pixel art, which I was kind of a little bit on the fence about, but I think I know how we're going to do it now. So what you see here is kind of the first piece of pixel art that I've really made for the game, which is the main character sprite, or at least, yeah, one frame of the main character. That's basically all I've got. But more importantly, I know how to make more of it. I just need to sit down in front of some Iron Chef and make more frames. But yeah, you can see here that yeah, I should say that like I'm not actually a good artist, so therefore I'm doing this via rotoscoping, which is basically the way that Sierra, I believe, did their character art. But you can see here that I've just taken like a reference photo. I then crudely trace over it, and after we've done that, there's a step in where I just kind of fill it in with these nice kind of little palette ramps here. And yeah, the head is a separate layer because you got to make the head like kind of look better than the pixel equivalent, because the features have got to be visible and everything. But yeah, I'm quite happy with how this turned out for like a first go. Only took, I guess, a couple of hours, but I think I'm getting the hang of it. I think I'm getting the hang, especially at like such a low resolution, of like hinting at details rather than like detail actually being there. So like, when you've only got like a couple of pixels, you can't really, give all of the detail of a face. You just give like, the hint of a face. So like just, slight, change in coloration for the eyes, the mouth, like a little kind of hint there to suggest volume for the nose. Fingers, you're just kind of hinting at the idea that there might be complexity down here. You don't really have the resolution to move it out. Same goes with like the fabric. Like the fabric, you can kind of hint at kind of I guess, like volume and complexity using the shading patterns. Yeah, I'm not gonna pretend this is like amazing art, but it is good enough, and more importantly, I think I can make enough of it to yeah, to fill out a simple kind of 3-room game, which is kind of the aim. So yeah, that is good. That is a good place to be in terms of the art. Now, and the one other feature which I was kind of working on for quite some time, because I'm really holding out on this getting to work, and it is this: I can now connect to this. I can connect to the game engine over Telnet and query the scripting engine directly. I'm hoping this is going to be really useful for kind of rapid prototyping type things. Like maybe eventually I'll get it to do hot loading. So if I like change the script, I can then trigger a reload in here, so I don't have to like quit and close and open the game engine again. But like, for instance, if I like move the mouse cursor to about, say, here, I should then be able to call like the API command that I made, ptmouse. I had to call them. Oh, was it? Oh, ptgetmouse. I can't remember what did I call my my mouse API? Get mouse pause. I was close. There we go, 7657. That's about right. And if I move it like further up to the top left, and I do the same thing, pt get mouse pause 1012. Yeah. So we've got bidirectional communication happening, and yeah, the way that it kind of does it is that the game opens up one of the COM ports. Like at the moment, I've got it set to COM4, but you can, realistically, you could do this on any, you can just make a COM1, and then, yeah, like a stretch goal that I've got there is my test machine over there, which is like a Windows 98, Windows 95 era laptop. It does have a COM port on it, so I might, the stretch goal would eventually be that if I can attach that to a serial cable and then connect that up over Telnet, like we've got this, then we should be able to debug that remotely with a nice computer, which is good. The other option, I guess, for something like this would be to, like, a very popular one was that what you'd do is you'd have like the VGA graphics on one side, and then you'd plug in a second Hercules card to your DOS machine, and you would then use the Herc card to show like all the debug readouts and such. But yeah, I don't think DOSBox staging supports like dual monitors, and I know DOSBox X does, but that just yeah, I've not looked into getting DOSBox X working. So, and also like this is kind of much nicer because then you don't have to like worry about switching inputs, or like, you can keep the input from here like separate to the input from inside here, which is quite nice. Yeah. Oh, and graphics wise, like, yeah, we've got, it's set up currently right now to use VGA and to just, I don't know, basically every time you open an image, it'll just add those colors to the palette, and it'll just keep going and going and going until it hits 256. One of the stretch goals that we've got here is to open this up to other video cards as well. So potentially EGA and CGA, possibly others like composite, mono. I have not really kind of like looked into it that much. I do know that there's like, basically, yeah, the trick there is that you don't quite get it as easy. So like one of the nice things about this particular VGA mode, which is why like all the games love to use it, is that it's chunky, which is to say that it's just like a big ol' array from like the top left, line, all the way down to the bottom. But it's like just a nice continuous array, which makes it very easy to sort of visualize in your head, and also very easy to kind of write when you're drawing sprites and stuff to the screen. But like if you want to do EGA and CGA, then you've got to do planar, which is to say that you don't have, it's not lined up by pixel anymore. It is then, you slice up each pixel into like 2 bits or 4 bits, and then you have one plane which is just like the first bit, another plane which is the second bit, another plane which is the third bit, so on and so on. So it's still possible to do, and it just requires kind of like a little bit more complicated maths, but it is entirely possible to do. Like we can, the engine is already kind of geared up so that like the image that you feed into it, so the PNG file containing the art, is divorced from the actual data which drives the screen. So we do have a mechanism in there already to just swap that out for something else, and that could be just something that converts it into planar and then blitzes planar. But yeah, I figured that given we're kind of a little bit constrained for time, we should probably get the game finished and then look into adding EGA and CGA as a fun extra. Hey, Son of Eld. The Son of Eld says the latching makes copying within video memory to be faster in planar, I believe. Yeah, I've not had to like look too hard into the performance side of things just yet. I will eventually. So, like on my where's my big list of like crap that I need to do? Here it is. You'll notice here, like, yeah, double buffering and dirty rects are both things that I need to kind of add to this engine. It is currently just rendering things like the expensive way, which is to say wiping the entire screen and just blitting everything in Paint with, Painter's algorithm. But I get the feeling in order to avoid slowdown certainly in kind of like DDoS, I just say slowdown in general, I will need to change that first to be like to only change the stuff or redraw the stuff that has changed on the screen, and then I'll especially need to do that if I add in EGA and CGA because they're even slower, which is great. Love old hardware. But yeah, so Son of Old says just use VGA mode X or Y so you can have planar overlay. Yes, VGA mode X is I think like the next step. I was just kind of like being cheap and doing like what do you call it? Doing it with chunky to start with, just so you can get something drawing on the screen. But eventually, yeah, if you want double buffering, you do need to switch to planar anyway. Otherwise, you can't use that extra video memory. So like, to give you an idea, like chunky mode, that only gives you 64K of video memory, which is just enough for like just over 1 frame. Whereas if you want to do like double buffering, you need to unlock all 256K of VGA memory. You need to do it in planar mode. Sunworld says, I don't remember if CGA is planar though, just odd even line split, can't remember. I'm pretty sure it does, because again, like there just isn't that much memory, and when you think about CGA, it's basically like 2-bit graphics. So I'd imagine that, I don't know, it's either going to be planar or they would just cram it in like 4 pixels to a byte, which would require essentially, it would require a similar kind of custom blitter. I just remember that I think EGA is planar. So I may be assuming that CGA is planar as well. We will see. We will eventually see. But yeah, so where are we? So tonight, stuff that I'm probably, yeah, the art I think I need to kind of do off stream where I can scream into a paper bag whenever things get too hard. But I want to kind of like get some more engine stuff like ticked off the board here. We've done a lot of stuff. We've done a lot of stuff in 2 weeks, but we can do better. Or more importantly, we should actually get to the actual fun parts of the engine to write. And by fun, I mean not C. We are avoiding C at all costs with this engine. So, like for instance, all the stuff that you see here, like the C code, all that's responsible for is queuing up events from the hardware and shipping them to Lua. Lua is the one that's responsible for like, swapping out what graphic you see when the mouse pointer moves over something, or triggering the text to appear, or placing the sprites. Like that's all done in Lua. And that's how we like it. That's how it's not painful. That's not how it's not terrible. Yeah. So anyway, so we've got item highlights. The next step I think would either be looking into how to make movement work or to get talking working. Because the plan, I think, for like a lot of the, I mean, just being an adventure game, like a large amount of it is going to be, it's in the LucasArts style. It's basically you use a verb, which is to say, you either look at something or you use something or you combine something with something else, and then that triggers out like what is essentially like a mini cutscene. And that cutscene could be as simple as just, saying a one-liner, or it might be like, the actor moves to something and then says something and then does an animation, then does something else, blah, 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 blah. So it's clearly in our interest to kind of make that whole process as painless and easy to just write out without thinking as possible. I've actually already written out a fair amount of the dialogue in the format that I expect to use. I've not actually written the API yet. That's probably what we're going to be doing tonight. But I do kind of know roughly how it's going to look. And of course, it's got to work with the multi-threading system that we have. So like a large part of like what makes all of this possible is that we have cooperative multitasking going on in Lua. It is possible to have like multiple streams of stuff happening at the same time in the scripting engine, and they just they coexist. They coexist nicely. There's no real blocking code in this. So let's go into parenti source. Oh yeah, okay. So I've decided, like previously we were just kind of like messing around with test.lua here in the engine. We're now actually moving into the game resource directory to do like a few more kind of game specific tests, and this way I don't have to worry about like mingling all of the assets in with the engine code. So we kind of, keep that nice and separate. So, do I have an example? Do I have an example in here about... Yeah, okay, so this is kind of like how I thought the verb code might look. Okay. Come on. Gotta sneeze. And now I've thought about it, I don't have to sneeze. That's great. It's great news. Yeah, all right. So verbs, at the basis of a verb interaction, I want to, yeah. So what I want to happen is I want a verb to be basically like hookable like an event. To give like an idea, like I've got, so like here's an example. So like I've put in a sprite mouse over event, which is how we get like the hover text in here. And so that essentially means that you give it a callback function which receives as an argument a PT sprite object, and then all of the all the callback function does is it checks to see, does it exist? Yeah, because this will either be sprite or nil. So it checks to see if it exists, and if it has a name, then it will create a text object and bind it to this background sprite object. So yeah, essentially it'll, it creates, so it calls PT text, which renders an image. It binds it to this object, and then it changes the animation of the cursor that's currently there, which is how it kind of transitions to this. And yeah, more importantly, like this on mouse over function, it only happens, it's latching, which is to say it only happens once when I move from here where there's nothing. So when we're here and I move to here, you get one call to say that it's changed to this sprite, and likewise you get one other call to say that it's changed to a different sprite. And then if you move out completely, then you get nil, because there's no sprite with collisions turned on, which is out here. That's just a static image. So that's, yeah, I don't know. Basically, we're trying to kind of design the API to be nice to not, I don't know, like nice to write as well as nice to read. And so with verbs, from thinking about it, I'm not sure we actually want to have objects as an argument. Because like, yeah, my thinking for like the verb callback, it should be, I guess like the verb should be a string because those are easy to remember. The item that you need to use should be some kind of unique identifier. You know, that's, you know, when I think unique identifier, I think string because that's easy to remember. And then just a little callback function which respects multi-threading, which is to say it will, it'll do something and then it will sleep, which then yields control back to the main engine. Or, yeah, in the case of talking, I think like, yeah, it'll basically be an implicit one of these. So, you know, we'll start the talking animation based on the length of the text that's being shown. It would then wait for a certain amount of time. So, I mean, yeah, we could also make like a global engine field, which would just say, I don't know, wait forever. So that when we design like an option screen, we can just say, oh, do you want to have like automatic delays, or, you know, do you want to turn delays off so you can like read everything properly and then click through it? Stuff like that. But yeah, this would also trigger a sleep essentially until the talking is finished. And then, yeah, so despite the fact that it looks like blocking code, we're designing it in such a way that it is not, and the rest of the engine can still work properly in the background. Yeah. But yeah, I think that we're just going to refer to these items here as just string identifiers. We're not going to tie this to specific sprites, because it's tempting to basically just say on use this sprite object, but then that kind of creates the issue of like, what if you want to change that, or what if you want to have multiple objects which refer to the same thing? Like, it's easier to just have a, you know, if we basically just have like a unique identifier saying that, okay, you know, a unique identifier locker1, and then we can say like tag this sprite to say, oh, this is locker1. Then on the engine side, we can have the callback basically just go through, okay, we clicked on this sprite has a tag that says that it's locker1, therefore we should fire off this callback to do this thing. Okay, so first things first, I think we need to set up the verb callback. Once we've got that done, we can then start working on some of the more, like some of these other steps here, like the talking. The talking is going to be interesting. I think we're going to have to like nick ideas from, we might nick the timing that Scum uses, the Scum engine uses, for how long they display their talk messages for that. Because yeah, when in doubt, always steal from other games which look like they're doing a good job. Yeah. And yeah, like, so interaction wise, I think that this game is going to be 2 verbs. It is going to be 3 technically. It's going to be use, which is the left mouse button, look, which is the right mouse button, and then there'll be combine, which is like clicking an inventory item on something. So, and I just go for that because, I don't know, I think that like of all of the 2 button schemes, I kind of like that one the best. It felt like kind of the least weird. But, you know, everyone has opinions. Everyone has opinions. But okay, so step 1, we've got to open up the engine code. And what do we need to make? We need to make, yeah, okay, so we need to make some So really yeah, like I see this as kind of being like a double, what's it called? Like two nested dictionaries. You have like a verb dictionary and then you'd have a item dictionary. So it would be, so if we go all the way down here. Actually, no. I really need to split this out into like multiple files so that I don't know, 'cause I'm starting to lose track of like where all of the stuff is roughly clumped together. But yeah, we'll add it in here because this is just after the watchdog, just before the watchdog code, because that's getting more into runtime stuff. Okay, so we'll go pt on verb equals function, and we'll call it verb name hotspot ID, and then callback. And and then we'll just have like a similar kind of lookup table here. We'll call it pt verb callbacks, and that's just going to be an empty table for now. So we'll go if verb name not in. Okay. So I'm tempted to just write Python here, which is why I'm going to have to check. Hey, Kinnikos Dragon, how's it going? Lua table contains that's what I need. I really need like a Python to Lua cheat sheet. Actually, what am I doing? Why am I looking at the docs? I can just ask Lua, which is right here. So if I go 3 in... Kinnikos Dragon says, I'm really close to 1 million credits in NES Elite. Wow, that's I'm actually I am slightly amazed that they added in like a 32-bit int to count that. Is NES Elite the same thing as like the Elite that was originally designed for like the BBC Micro, like that Elite? Yeah, okay. Good to know that. Yeah, that game always looked fascinating, but also a little inscrutable. So I have much respect for being able to get that far. Okay, I think that it's like if you go a equals 3, is that valid Lua? And then ax a. Yeah, okay. So then what I was after was a in ax. No, that's not it. Why would it be that? Ax like feels would be a table thing. Table pack move sort. Is it? Oh, okay. No. I know what it is. You basically just check if it's not nil. Okay. That's the Lua way. Just check if something is not nil. Okay. So it's basically if pt verb callbacks verb name is nil. Or I should just go if not pt verb callbacks, then pt verb callbacks verb name equals one of these. Because I'm pretty sure that an empty table does not count as null in Lua. If then print O. Yeah, exactly. Hey, Rob Pattinson. Yeah, we're we're about at the halfway mark, I think, for creating the adventure game engine. So we've got 256 colors, we've got sprites, we've got basic kind of collision detection. We're now just adding in some of the more recognizable elements like dialogue. So that is what we're currently coding in. We are currently coding that in Lua. Kingo Dragon says, Lua and MS-DOS, are you JIT-ing it? Sort of. So how would you say? So I'd say that like it's all kind of, I mean, depends how you define JIT-ing. So Lua by default will compile the script to bytecode before running it, which, you know, makes sense. This particular, like this boot one, which is embedded in the engine, I am compiling it before, you know, as part of the build process. The code that's going to actually go into the game, I believe, is just going to be compiled in the usual way. But yeah, it's surprisingly quick. It's surprisingly quick for DOS, which is always a pleasant surprise because the alternative is writing in C. No one wants to do that. And we go PT verb callbacks verb name, and then hotspot ID. Actually, you know, it doesn't matter. We're just going to override it. We're just going to override it with a callback, because that way we can then we can get rid of it with null. Kineko Dragon says, bytecode is one thing, but I was curious if it actually somehow producing machine code instead. Oh, I don't think so, because it's definitely still interpreted, because I've like had a look at many stack traces when I was trying to get it to not crash, and it is they compile it to bytecode and then go from there. I'm sure that there are options for doing actual proper JITing, which is, you know, compiling to assembly. I just haven't looked into them. I'm not even sure if they would be necessarily compatible with...
Screening process is neither processing nor screening very well.
Hey, Zizzy, yes. Make fun of my screaming process, why don't you? Very topical indeed, yes, very topical. Yeah, okay, so that's good. So that's now given us the ability to like save verb callbacks. What else we got to do? So that should hopefully now mean that we can just define one of these in the game engine, and that'll set up the callback. Now what we got to do is we got to figure out a way to kick them off. And I think the way that we got to do that isn't in the engine, like the game engine side, but the actual game code side. So I think we're gonna have to do a PT on. Is it PT on event? I should really write down my own API at some point. We got this. Oh no, this is okay. So I've written one for mouse over. Event consumers. Oh no, yeah, global on event. Okay, we'll do that there. So, and that would be mouse down. So yeah, what we need to do is we need to get two verbs working. We need to have, we need to have a click handler. So what we're doing here is we're adding in a piece of code that's going to run every time we push down the mouse button. And as part of that, it will include an event that contains, like an event object that'll contain information, like which mouse button got pushed down and like where the mouse click happened, both of which are kind of important. So mouse down, yeah. So this is the information that we get. We get the info that it's the mouse button going down, we get the X and the Y position, and we get the button, or the combination of buttons really that got pushed down. So that should, in theory, give us what we need. So, oh, the other thing we need is like the current sprite that is moused over. But okay, no. Technically, we should figure it out properly. We should figure it out properly. Because like it's tempting, right? Because I do keep track of like what the current sprite that I've moused over is, but if we're being legit, we should test based on what these mouse coordinates are. We should not just assume that because the mouse has moved over something, that's what we want to click. I think. Yeah, that sounds about right. Like we have this. Too hard. We'll just do it the cheap and nasty wave. We'll just get whatever we've got. We won't actually check to see if we've clicked on the right spot, because most of the time we're fine. And that's most important. We can always make a nicer. We can do it nicer later. We can just do it cheap and crappy now. So we'll just go pt get mouse over local. And we go if mouse over and mouse over what are we going to call it? We're going to call it mouse over object ID. We should be consistent with the naming. What do we call it here? Hotspot ID. Let's call it that. Okay. Hotspot ID. Then we want to do pt verb. No. So what we want to do is we want to kick off another thread. We absolutely want to kick off another thread because we want this stuff to happen asynchronously. So we'll go pt start thread. We'll go interaction. Actually, no, that's not right. No, I'm overthinking this. We don't have to worry about like starting the thread ourselves. The verb system is going to worry about that crap for us. What we need to worry about is raising a verb, like pushing it like an event. How do we currently do that? Do we have like so we've got all this stuff. Yeah, because we've got all. Maybe we could push it like an event, but I feel it should be separate from the events. Oh, Kinko says, I'll probably shelve Ness Elite if it turns out I reach 1 million credits before reaching the rating of Elite and actually stream something else. Just don't know what though. Oh, you've been streaming it. How's How many streams has it taken you to get that many points?
To pick a song.
Wonderful to see you, ASCII Dan? ASCII Dan. Okay, the font almost tricked me there. Welcome. We are just in the midst of doing some lure plumbing in this adventure game engine for DOS. What are we doing? Yeah, I don't feel I don't want to put in. I want to raise it. I want. Okay, here's what I want. I want to be able to go pt do verb, or rather, actually no. We should check the mouse buttons. So we're gonna go if. You gonna show me how I did it? Yeah, so we've got this button state. We then how did I encode the damn mouse buttons? Is it really Whoa. Yeah, that's not a text file. Don't know why I opened that. Okay, we've got... Oh, okay, so we got this from... Okay, this is the same... Okay, so I'm pretty sure it's low bit is going to be left button and high bit is going to be right button. Oh, Kinnikus Dragon says, I've lost track how many streams it's been, but I'm on a trading route that is a ridiculous profit margin. This is including the credits I earned for destroying fugitives, Thargolds, and stray asteroids. The best part of your trade route involving an anarchy system is that there's never a shortage of assholes to kill and get paid a pittance for. I mean, yeah, that's the free market at work, I suppose. It's... I gotta say, yeah, like every time, like when I read about Elite, it does sound just kind of absurdly ahead of its time. When you think about kind of, especially the caliber of games that was on the BBC Micro of all things, it just really takes a sledgehammer to expectations in a way that few other BBC Micro games managed to do. Yeah. Okay. So if event mouse 1, then I think this is going to be left mouse button do verb use mouse over hotspot ID, else if event mouse 2, then oh wait, does lure treat 0? Does lure treat 0 as false? I cannot remember. It might not actually. If 0, then print oh no's, and yeah, okay. It treats, yeah, okay. So that is something that we gotta. So we gotta check for that condition. PT do verb mouse over hotspot ID look. Yeah. Oh, Kinnikus says, it was really ahead of its time. Wireframe graphics with hidden line removal techniques. Yeah, that is true. Had some pretty impressive polygonal graphics. Markets that are determined by the planet's type and government conditions. Every time you arrive in a system, you'll never know if it's a commodity that you want to buy is even in stock at all. Yeah, that would that would be both kind of equal parts uplifting and ridiculously frustrating if the physics was kind of working against you. And yeah, the entire universe is generated on the fly from a random seed, including forming up all the names and descriptions. Something that would normally take several megabytes of data takes an extremely tiny amount. Yeah, it was. It's true what they say about kind of constraints breeding creativity, or like providing the space for creativity to grow. Because yeah, it's just as you say now, like when you compare that to like modern takes on ProcGen, there's still just like a massive amount of data that goes in to get something out on the other side. Oh, and Kineko says the original BBC Elite also had multiple screen modes in use on the same monitor. Wow, I'm sure, yeah, seeing something like that and having worked on emulators before, that makes me wince a little, because I know that's, you know, people being clever is usually like the bane of emulator developers. Like, I don't know, I'm thinking of like things like DOS Lemmings, like doing that palette switching trick where like on the preview screen it'll switch palettes so that, you know, you can see both the dirt and the little preview window with all the colors. And if your emulator does not support that, that screen looks terrible. It is just like all the colors completely wrong. Just racing the beam level tricks. We are not doing racing the beam level tricks in this engine. I am nowhere near competent enough with VGA. I'm barely competent enough to just show my little pictures on screen. But we will try and eventually get to make an EGA version and a CGA version. I have ideas how that'll happen. Okay, what do we got? So we've got our mouse down event. I'll put in a log message just because it's nice to have. PT log clicked the mouse. We'll say d, which will be event.x, event.y, and event.button. I think that's right. Yeah. Oh, and I'll put in a new line. And I've got to put in a stub for PT do verb. Which I've got to figure out what we're going to do. I think we'll probably just queue it up for a different... so we'll say PT do verb. And we'll say doing the verb SS okay, that's good to start with. So now if I quit this, open this again, because I'm logging to a text file, doesn't buffer very well. But now if I like click here, and click here, and then quit, we should get, yeah, there we go. So we've got, so the mouse clicks are coming through. The verb stuff is not coming through because we have not set a callback handler, I think, for anything in there yet. So yeah, there's no reason why it would. Oh, actually no, there was like a field that we were checking, wasn't there? Yeah, it was. We were checking to see if there was hotspot ID. So let's add a hotspot ID to our two test images. So we'll go test person hotspot ID ash. I'm going to test VG hotspot ID. Mural. Okay, and then we run this again. Click, click. Oh! And we've got a first crash. First crash of the evening. Now, where did it screw up? Where could it have screwed up? Oh, okay. It probably screwed up in... Well, it kind of screwed up here because there wasn't anything... Like, okay, so we've got this. It gets the mouse over thing. It checks. Is it because we're like checking for this property and then it's dying? I'm a little bit worried that kind of doing table accesses in Lua seems to crash the engine as opposed to just printing a nice error message. Like I do have Oh wait, no, I know why. It's because I didn't rebuild this. I'm just so I'm used to just kind of this being Lua and therefore not having to rebuild the engine. I do have to rebuild it now because I compile it ahead of time. So it's whinging that I couldn't find the function. What's it called? DJGPP setenv. Okay, so if we try that again. Oh, except I can't because it's crashed. Actually, yeah. Get rid of this. And then okay, so now clicking outside, clicking on this thing. Oh, still crashed. Why did it crash? Like it clicked the mouse. It did basically nothing else aside from that, and it was clearly not a fan of. Was it not? Did it not like this? Does it not like? Oh, because yeah, okay. Yeah, that wasn't the right field. Okay, that's probably it. There we go, didn't crash. And now, if we look at the log, you can see that click the mouse, it's not calling, it's not calling this though. Actually, hang on, like, what have we got? We've got like, click the mouse, 0, click. Yeah, it's not setting the button. It's not setting the button, which I find problematic. Because we need that. We need the information about what button is being pushed down. So I've messed that part up somehow. Yeah, okay. So here's like the DOS code which we use for updating the mouse. As you can see, it's very nice. It doesn't use assembly, but it does use interrupts and register calls, which are nice. Hang on, yeah, okay. Yes, I'm looking at pictures of crest terrariums. Why? You'll never know. Okay, you'll know when you see the game, but we need terrariums to terraria, says Kinnikos. I'll never tell. You'll have to find out yourself. Okay, DOS interrupt 33. Please be normal about this DuckDuckGo. Don't make me have to like find the right one. It's probably gonna make me find the right one. Hang on. Let me look up I've got the bookmark in my other browser. was gonna say, I don't know Kinnikos. I think that like if you can play elite and get up to like 1,000,000 points, that I'd say that pretty much puts you in good stead for any kind of exploration game. Like that's there are a few which are kind of, you know, I imagine the skills would be very transferable. Is what I'm aiming at. Where's frigging Ralph Brown? Arbill. Where did Arbill go? There's like... So I'm looking for like the copy of Ralph Brown's interrupt list, which is the nice HTML version. I've got 2 copies, so, you know, 50-50. This looks like it might be the bad one, but we'll see. This is probably the bad one, isn't it? Browse by interrupt. Okay, 33, which I think is the mouse. Yes, 33, and we are sending it. We are sending it in AX3H. Which is return position, button status, and wheel cut counter. Bit field for mouse button status. Okay, yeah, and as expected, like left button pressed if 1, right button pressed if 1, and middle button pressed if 1. The only problem is that we're fetching this, but it's not that. it's not that. Oh, it's because we're getting I got lightning Kinnikos. Yeah, like brother's been. Yeah, I don't know. I can only speak down in Australia, but it's been very wet over here. Like a while ago, it was very kind of tropical stormy because there's just an extended period of drought, and like when that happens, you just get a lot of, you know, lot of clouds that are unable to dump water and thus just create a bunch of lightning. But yeah, hope it's all right. Freaking. Okay, well we're getting. So we've got these mouse move events. Right. So we're getting the button press data from, so it's not actually AX equals 3, it's AX equals 5, return button press data. So this stuff isn't working. Oh, okay. Number of times specified button has been pressed since last call. Column at time a specified button was last pressed. Yeah, okay, so we're this code that I may have copy pasted may be measuring the wrong thing. It's not actually measuring the so there's AX equals button states, because are we getting that from BX? I see, okay, so it's checking BX to see if there's been any. Oh right, I see, okay. Oh, okay. So T is whether or not the mouse button is down or not, and then I is the number of the mouse button. Yeah, I see. Okay. I see what I've screwed up. So it should actually be this. So, because it's a bit field. So what we want is, because this is going to be I if it's the left mouse button, and sorry, it's going to be I is going to be 0 if it's the left mouse button, or 1 if it is the right mouse button. Therefore, we want it to either be the number 1, then it's 0, or the number 2, when it is the right mouse button. Okay, that should spack over that. Gotta recompile. So now if we click here, quit out of that, and we look at the log file. there we go. Look, we've got clicking the mouse, and then we've got doing the verb use ash and doing the verb use mural. Okay, fantastic. So that should be good. That should be good for determining that should be setting up the mapping between hotspots and such. Now what we're going to think about is actually kicking off doing something with the verbs. Because realistically, it raises the question of how much I want to actually do it in the engine proper. Because I want this bit to be here in the game code as opposed to the engine code, because presumably, you know, if someone wants to like use this and like make their own adventure game system, which has like, I don't know, the Sierra style one where you pick you pick a verb from the top and then you use that. Like that's obviously going to be like a completely different mapping between mouse interaction and stuff that the game does. So I want that to be, that it makes sense to have that here in the game side. However, the basic idea of there being a verb and a hotspot, that seems like something that's better suited in the game engine. So that's why we've kind of got like this collector here, which like does the verb, I think. And yeah, then kind of the other question that gets raised is like, how do we deal with kind of there only being one train of thought, like there only being one thread that is dealing with interactivity. Because, yeah, there's...
Prompt service is required.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Herbu. Good to see you. Yeah, it's tricky. It's real tricky. Because, like, we want this to be kind of, like, as extensible as possible, but we also don't want to screw ourselves over. Because, like, here's an example, right? So, like, I've just set this as, like, a global event handler. So this will basically run every single time I click the mouse button. When in reality, what we might want to happen is for like during like the character talking, we would want the mouse cursor to disappear, and then we'd want mouse clicks to be then absorbed by the game engine. So, you know, say you got like a large piece of dialogue, you might want to kind of remap the mouse button to then suddenly be like, okay, skip to the next line of dialogue. Or remap the escape key to like skip to the end of the cutscene. So I think that, yeah, and I think that both of those are kind of useful and worth having in the game engine proper. And maybe we just make it a flag to say that like doing a verb, and yeah. So here's the other kind of messy part of it, right? So let's think about this here. Let's think about kind of if I were to click, you know, use this mural. So that would also mean that the character would have to like walk across the screen and use the mural. However, in order for it to like not feel kind of bad, you would also want the ability to interrupt that, right? You'd want the, you know, using the mural would basically like set the character in motion, but you'd have the opportunity to like click somewhere else or do something else in the interim. And then it's only if the character is at the mural and you're still kind of on that path to use it, then it would kind of, you know, kick in like that. So I think that, yeah, like this wouldn't actually trigger a callback directly. It would probably set, you know, under normal circumstances when we get movement working, it would trigger like a move to the spot kind of command, and then once, which could be interrupted, and then once the character reaches that spot, then that would then kick off like an interactivity loop, which would then do things like grab the input and such. But yeah, a lot to think about. Okay, but how about, I mean, all right, we don't have movement at the moment, so we can assume that, like, don't worry, we don't have to worry about the thing being delayed. We just need to basically push the thing is, like, we wouldn't even be pushing an event. We would actually just set it as an event. So, like, this way you'd be able to interrupt. So again, like, if I click the mural, then that should set the current kind of actor state to walk over to the verb, for instance. But in theory, we should only ever have one of those, right? Like, we wouldn't need to buffer up multiple ones of those. So I think that do verb should basically set a flag saying that, like, this is the current action, and then part of the update cycle of the engine will be responsible for checking that and doing the next thing, or not doing the next thing, just you know, something like that. So when we do this, I'll then go, we'll just go local pt current verb nil, local pt current hotspot nil. And all this will do is set pt current verb to verb name, pt current hotspot to hotspot ID. And then some other part of the process will be responsible for dealing with that. And then, but then, yeah, we have we put in a callback in here yet for a verb? No, we should do that. We should make a test one. So we'll go pt on verb, use mural function, and it will go look mural. So we'll just do things that we'll just add like a little indicator. Do one of these, and then do a similar one but in reverse, 24, 0, -1. So looking should make a horrible sweeping sound that goes down in pitch, and using it should make a horrible sweeping sound that goes up in pitch. I need to kind of find a way to load in better PC speaker sound effects than just doing it the cheap and nasty way. But that's okay. But this will show that we've got, I don't know, that we're triggering off the right thing. So then, okay. Now, if we go like all the way up to the top level and we look at what our engine does so far. So we've got all these methods which initialize the various bits of hardware, etc., etc. Then we initialize the scripting engine, and then we have this tight loop here which actually powers the engine. So it'll essentially it'll wait until the vertical blanking interval happens on the screen, and basically every 10 milliseconds while it's waiting for that to happen, it will try and run any of the scripts that are, it'll run multi-threading mode essentially for all of the scripts using this callback here. After we hit the vertical blanking interval, then it will try and flip the video to the screen. So this will essentially copy the buffer from RAM into graphics memory. Then we got two here, which will just update the data that's come from the keyboard and the mouse interrupt handlers. So we have interrupt handlers for the keyboard and the mouse, but they just kind of write to a little bit of scratch space. So that every time like a key gets pressed or the mouse gets moved, that just kind of gets like, very quickly written, and then the rest of the program keeps going on. And that can happen all the time. But then here we like collate them and then we push them through the event system, which then gets handled by the engine. So yeah, firstly handle the engine. Firstly we handle the events. Then we try and draw all of the images to the screen based on, like, we asked Lua to do that. We asked Lua to kind of, what are the current sprites, where do they need to be on the screen, and then that in turn gets pushed to DOS. And then eventually we check to see if there's any traffic on Telnet for our debug terminal. Hey Bloody Cactus, how's it going? We're right in the middle of trying to add verbs to the engine. We've got mouse, we've got basic kind of callbacks going for like mouse over and collision detection. We just need to add like the actual, action system on top of that. So yeah, we're looking into that at this point. So we've added in some kind of nice stub hardware here for accepting, like we've got one here which now handles like mouse button down events and converts that into, some, person tried to use a verb on a thing, and then in turn we can set a callback for when that verb gets set off, which is all this. All we need to do now is set up a place in the engine where it checks to see if we've got any verbs that are pending, and then fires off one of these callbacks. So I think that we're going to have to do it in the idle loop, because technically it's going to be a case of like evaluating whether or not we meet the criteria for starting the verb. So like checking to see if the character has moved to the right spot, and then kicking off the callback as a thread. So I think that it kind of makes sense to do that where we're dealing with all the other callbacks, like all the other threads. So yeah, like here's like the main loop that we use for just trying to run each of the threads. But honestly, this just kind of iterates through the big list of threads. I think we might need to make another method that actually no, hang on. So like maybe no. Like, because the temptation, right, is just to make another thread and have that thread be responsible for what is currently going on in the verb. But I'm not sure how well that's going to work with movement. I'm not sure if we're going to do movement in a thread per se, or if we're just going to do it as part of the render cycle. I have not decided yet. So maybe we're not going to put it in the threads. Maybe. Because really we need to do like a check to see if we need to do a check to see, have we met the threshold? Is there a verb that's been queued up, and do we meet the threshold for doing that verb? In which case we should start this callback as a thread. And it should be really its own named, I don't know, it should have a unique name so that we can only run one of them. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So maybe we won't do it in here because this gets called every single... Okay, so like the temptation of putting it in here, right, is that this gets run every 10 milliseconds to like do the next little bit of work. We could take advantage of the fact... I was going to say we could take advantage of the fact that it'll only ever get... I don't know, we'd only ever get a verb request from the event code, which runs substantially fewer times than this. But I'm not sure if that's true. I'm not sure if that's... Like, in theory, you could programmatically set off a... Like, you could programmatically set off a verb, like call PT do verb anywhere. It doesn't necessarily have to be in like an event handler. So I think we're going to have to deal with it like regardless. So we we'll do it in here. Maybe later on it'll turn out to be a bad idea. So we'll go check if the current verb is ready for action. So yeah, okay, so it would basically be if PT verb ready. So we'll just call it that for now. So we'll just say PT verb ready equals function return true. Oh, that's right. This could be a callback. Because then, yeah, that way you could set it up so that, like, in your game, if you so wanted, you could override this to be something other than, oh, the character's moved to the right spot. But for now, we'll just set it to true because we'll just pretend it's there. Then, oh, we could split this out. So we do this, and then we go if PT verb ready, then PT start thread verb. Actually, we should go PT current verb nil and PT current hotspot. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so got that. We then start a new thread containing... It'd be the... Yeah, okay. So it'd be if PT verb ready... So it's zero out PT current spot. Zero out those things. But we could send them as arguments to the verb callback, and that way they'd live on forever. How have I set up PT start thread? Does it pass arguments? No, it doesn't. Does coroutine... Okay, we should probably do that. Coroutine create. Body F. F must be a function. Returns this new coroutine, an object with type thread.
I do not appreciate these arguments, and it is not my style to leave things up in the air unfinished. So
What are you talking about, Chairman Carger? It's absolutely your style to leave things up in the air. It's... I've been watching a lot of Iron Chef. It's pretty good. It's aged like a fine wine. What are we gonna do? VT start thread. I mean, optional extra. We don't really need it. Like we could wrap it. We could wrap it with another function that contains. Yeah. Okay, fine. We'll do it that way. Just do a closure. And we'll go... Yeah, there we go. That's... I'm pretty sure that'll work. So yeah, now we can basically send in however many arguments we want, and that they will get run from here because it's part of this scope. Actually, we probably don't even need to, include them like that. We could literally just do this. In fact, we probably have to, because coroutine create is going to expect that there's no arguments. Yeah, okay. That seems like it'll work. Okay, good. Good. So we're doing... Okay, so we've got the verb, got all this. So we'll start this, and we'll send pt current verb, pt current hotspot as arguments. And also, we will do this. Go right ahead, Kinnikos. No question. No question too, no question too basic. Do not worry. All this MS-DOS stuff, has anyone ever done CPM anything? I'm sure that someone must have, like, busted out. Because CPM was, correct me if I'm wrong, that was like is that the IBM operating system that predated DOS? Like that was the other big one that was on Intel, right? Or am I misremembering? Like, as in, like, when I say Intel, I mean, like, 8086. Yeah, CPM was first before DOS. Was CPM compatible with DOS? Was that, like, the big draw card? Like, I vaguely recall that that's one of the design criteria that they had for DOS, but I may be misremembering. I imagine the limiting factor there is that, like, there's fewer emulators for, I guess, straight up CPM. Though I guess, you know, given that there are, like, plenty of, like, raw PC, like IBM PC XT emulators, like, yeah, it's possible. Oh, right, because digital did CPM, didn't they? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I understand. So we'll go and okay, and then we'll add like the PT verb callback. Okay, that makes sense. All right, so we'll start up a verb thread for doing this. Maybe later on we're going to mod it so that it intercepts the mouse. I'm just thinking in terms of, like, I don't want to have to, like, every time I set up like a verb script, I don't want to have to say like grab the mouse, wait until the end. Like, I'd prefer that to just be some kind of global default for verbs that we can switch on and off. Okay, I think we've got enough there to test. Unless I'm missing something, but we'll find out. Cannot use ... outside of vararg function. Okay. It is a vararg function. What are you talking about? Like, the whole point of it was to save those varargs somewhere else. Okay, vararg expressions denoted by 3 dots can only be used when directly inside a vararg function. They're explained in this section here. Okay. When a lookup function is called, it adjusts its list of arguments to the length of its list of parameters. Unless the function is a vararg function, which is indicated by 3 dots, vararg function does not adjust its argument list. Instead, it collects all extra arguments and supplies them to the function through a vararg expression, which is also written as 3 dots. The value of the expression is a list of all actual extra arguments, similar to a function with multiple results. If a vararg expression is used inside another expression, or in the middle of a list of expressions, then its return list is adjusted to 1 element. Okay. So if I wanted to, like, go varargs equals ... am I allowed to do that? And then the question is, like, how do you unpack parameters act as local variables. Okay. Because, yeah, there's got to be like an unpacking. Unpack? The string unpack. It's table unpack? Yeah, okay, table unpack, I think. And then we can go table unpack varargs. Kinnico says, okay, quoting, many expected that CP/M would be the standard operating system for 16-bit computers. In 1980, IBM approached Digital Research at Bill Gates' suggestion to license a forthcoming version of CP/M for its new product, the IBM Personal Computer. Upon the failure to obtain a signed NDA, the talks failed and IBM instead contracted with Microsoft to provide an operating system. The resulting product, MS-DOS, began outselling CP/M. Yeah, that must have been a bit of a, you know, head-on-desk moment for the people at Digital for playing hardball like that. Yeah, me too, kind of girls. I have not seen very much CP/M in action. I guess, like, in the back of my mind, I assumed that it was just fairly similar, if not I don't know, very similar to DOS. Like, obviously, I'm guessing like the shell would be different, but the software, I mean, the hardware is kind of, the software and the hardware are kind of in a common spot. So, but yeah, the okay, will that trick the compiler into letting me do anything? It's got it, right? Hey, there we go. Okay, so built. It's probably going to crash. I'm not going to get my hopes up. Oh wait, it's only going to crash when I actually try and start a thread in it. So if I... Dang it. Alright, so it's working. Left mouse button. Right mouse button. Okay, you're hearing some distortion there just because, again, we're drawing the entire screen, like every single frame it is blitting, it's clearing the screen and then blitting this and then blitting this and then blitting this, despite the fact there's no movement. So, and we can just hear it more evidently because the PC speaker is all done using kind of just manual timing. So we're just manually kind of like setting it every few frames. So, ooh. So that time I clicked the mouse button before the previous one had finished. Okay. That's interesting. I wasn't expecting it to crash. I was just expecting it to what was I expecting it to do? Like if I try and start a thread and there's already a thread with that name. Okay, it throws an error. When really, I guess what it should do is it should log nicely and then leave. Like there's no reason why it should crash. Because error, I think, crashes the program. Like, look. So if I do that, and then we look at the error, the log. Oh wait, no, that's in the wrong spot. That's in the wrong spot. Didn't even log the crash. I guess because it crashed. It didn't. Okay, in that case, let me just have a quick look at that crash message. So if we crash it, and then we have a look. So where in the mess of things did it die? Because that shouldn't have caused the engine to crash. It should have just caused it to. It should have caused it to error, which I'm pretty sure is just gets caught. It gets caught by the. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that error messages should get caught. It shouldn't quit the damn thing. But crashing is definitely right out. It, like, under no circumstances should this be crashing. So, what's it called? DJ GPP set env address to line. And yes, I mean, I am kind of cheating from the original experience a bit by compiling the engine with a cross compiler. So I'm compiling to a DOS exe from Linux in here because it's just a lot quicker. But I am not I'm not using a modern debugger. I am, you know, tracing things the old-fashioned way using address to line and print statements, of course. Can't have enough print statements. 2C72. Okay, so crash somewhere in DOS.c. That's a bad sign. 4FB2. Oh, no, that's just the idle handler. Okay, so... yeah, I guess that makes sense. FE29? Okay, it's in the sub... whatever it calls, sub process subprocess layer. 65845 11B89. What was the 830? What do we got? Yeah, okay, so it's trying to print an error message, but then something horrible has happened to the stack. Okay. Yeah, I think yeah, we must be corrupting the stack in some horrible way. Hey, Crashboy1231. Adding verbs, what about overdosing? What if they made a character that fights with drugs called the Fist of Fent? Yeah, that's you know what? I'd say that's your idea. You better go get that copyrighted post haste, because you know how things are. Yeah, for now we're sticking with look and use, just because you know it's this is retro. People kind of are kind of worried by verbs that are new to them. Just trying to keep things basic. Okay. I'm slightly okay. Where in my where is the error handling? I put the error handling in here somewhere. That is true, Trash Boy. Heroin is definitely retro in the sense that you could just order it over the counter at any drugstore. I'd say fentanyl though. That isn't very retro. That's a pretty recent development. Okay, well that junk makes sense. Where's the event? No, not events. What did I write? Exec. Okay, this is the little code stub that actually runs the threading code. And then yeah, I don't know how we get this oh my word. Hey, Adrian Learns. Good to see you all. We're just
All
like
monitored systems
right in the middle
are
of
functioning.
developing a game engine in DOS, and good to see you smiling big. Wonderful to have you in here. Let me just quickly show you what we've got. I just crashed DOSBox, so let me just close that open again. Basically, what we're doing is we're making for this DOS Game Jam, we're making an adventure game engine in Lua for DOS, and hopefully we'll have enough time to make a game with it too. So that's all built. Where did I put the where did I put DOSBox? I put it here. Okay. So we'll run DOSBox again. And yeah, so essentially what we've got graphics, we've got mouse movement, we have basic event tracking, so we can see here that there's like events that appear. Oh, and text rendering. Text rendering was like a massive part of it. Just getting that off the ground was like with bitmap fonts and everything. So that's all there. And we have collision detection. So we can see here that like the hotspot will adjust based on like exactly what is under the mouse pointer, and it does like boundary checking and that. And just now we've added in the ability to like map actions to verbs, is what we're calling them. So like if I click this with the left mouse button, does this. If I click with the right mouse button, does that. And if I click it with both mouse buttons, it crashes. So perfect. Changed nothing. Oh god, I should catch up on chat. That's what the good streamers do. Yes. Yes, Push Toy. I am in Australia, and Adrian Learns. Yeah. Let me put a link to the DOS Game Jam. It's kind of a casual one. It's just running over the month. This guy here.
Your engine oil pressure is critical.
Oh, and thank you very much for the follow, Adrian Learns. So yeah, I'd say we've gotten pretty far. Like the action that we're kind of trying to add in now is related to just to interactivity. So most of the game engine is in Lua, which makes it kind of much nicer to write than say C. But you can see here that like what we've done is we've added a callback for every time someone clicks the mouse button, and then based on whether or not like the mouse is hovering over a sprite with a hotspot map to it, then it'll either send the use verb or the look verb. And just now we've added in this second callback mechanism, which calls this method here when you're actually doing the verb. Or she said C hater detected. I have an okay working relationship with C. It's all right, but at the same time, I don't want to do. It's like I subscribe to the philosophy that if you're writing C when you could be writing Lua, you're not doing it right. You're having a bad time. So obviously, like all of the parts of the engine which touch the hardware, that's all C. Like buffering the images, converting the the formats, catching interrupts, doing all the timing stuff, that's all done in C because you'd have to do it, you have to do it in C. But like string manipulation, absolutely doing that in Lua. Game logic, trying to do as much of that as I can in Lua because it's much quicker to prototype than in C, and I have a very limited amount of time. Oh no, smiling big. No, don't. I'm not dunking on C. Like it's I mean, so the other kind of project that I usually work on stream on is adding Macromedia Director support to ScumVM. That's all C++. I've developed like a healthy cynicism of C++ from my time working on that. But I mean, it's another case where like that's actually a different kind of foot gun because you can prototype real quick in C++, but you can also absolutely get screwed over in a myriad of ways, like the weird implicit
Engine
constructors and
damage may
stuff
occur.
like that.
Thank you.
Hey, lovely to see you too, Chenchio. Good to have you on board. I am just ranting now about C and C++. Push Dice says, or she shut your mouth, you're retired. Is there ever such a thing as retirement for C programmers? It's like COBOL developers. They just, there is always a job for them somewhere. Anyway, so for reasons of taking less time and also for reasons of quick prototyping, most of the engine is going to be in Lua. So apologies for people expecting like a pure C build. It's not going to happen. You can't make me. Right. So this crash here, we got to kind of like, I know that the crash is happening because of the multi-threading that we've got set up. So like DOS, you don't get threads. However, because we're using Lua gives you the ability to have cooperative multitasking, which we absolutely intend to use for this game engine. And in fact, we have a whole bunch of routines that are designed specifically for running multiple Lua threads at the same time. The issue though is that this code, we have code here to start up a thread. And the problem is that like when we call the Lua error function, it seems to just make everything like vomit blood and die. And I'm not sure if that's just because of a screw up that I've made in the engine or something else, but yeah, it's so on the one hand, I probably at some stage need to figure out why error causes the whole thing to crash, but that can be a future job. For now, all we need to do is just we can check to see if there's a thread that's already running. Because yeah, like that's the thing. Because we're doing with this, I don't know, so like with interactivity here, so currently we have two verbs. We've got use and look, but if you think about like an adventure game, so like LucasArts adventure game or what have you, when you go like look on something, that doesn't immediately like snap you to it and like start doing the look command. That like allows, the character to meander over there, and then in the interim you could click on something else, and then suddenly you're not looking at that thing anymore, or you're not on the path to do that. So that's why we don't just do the callback from in here inside the mouse handler. We have to kind of queue it up as like, okay, this is the current action that we're trying to do, and then basically, so yeah, we've got like this big list of callbacks for which match up for like all the different verbs and hotspots, and then we've got this actual function here which will we've got one function here which will check to see whether or not the verb is ready to go. So at the moment I've just set it to be always true. So if you have a verb queued up, we just assume that it's ready to go. You're at the spot. But later on we could change it to be a callback, or we could change it to be something else. Smiling big. Yeah. Honestly, like a lot of inspiration, aka stealing ideas, has happened already from LucasArts games, especially the ScumVM source code, which, spoiler alert, contains a lot of information about how the original engines did things. So yeah, and like the design of this API, like this Lua API that I'm making with this engine, I mostly kind of, I took a lot of inspiration, quote unquote, from the Grim Fandango source code. Grim Fandango also like one of, an adventure game by LucasArts, which has all the scripting done in Lua. And it's actually an old version of Lua. Like they had Lua 3 point something at that time. And so they had to build in their own version of cooperative multitasking. But like, because we're using modern Lua has, it has the coroutine stuff built in. So we're able to we don't have to make that primitive for multi-threading. We just get that. Pushjoy says Grim Fandango source code is available. You get it with the game. If you get the game and you unpack the lab file, which contains there's two parts of the source code, right? There is the engine part, which is they call it the grime engine, which is responsible for like blitting things to the screen and handling events, etc. And then there's the actual game logic code, which is compiled the Lua script. And the compiled Lua script, that's just in the lab files, which come with the game. Like if I go to reversing Grim data 000, and you can just disassemble, like these are all like compiled Lua scripts. Lua bytecode version 3.1, and there are decompilers for that. So if we like look, we can like have a look at like some of the scripts that they got here. So if we go, is this an interesting one? No, it's a boring one. What's wrong with the glottis in it? There we go. This has got like a whole bunch of crap in it. I think there's like one Lua script per kind of act in the game. But you can see here that they've got like, bunch of include files for other Lua scripts. And then this, like, here you go. Like, here's how like they define the object for the signpost in the forest. Like that really fun puzzle. And you can see here that it's basically like there's a lot of it's designed so that you can just type it in as if it were synchronous code, but on the back end, like certain functions, like I think there's like so here's like an example here. So when you pick up the signpost, like there will be these instructions here, like sleep for 500 milliseconds or start SFX. Those don't actually, those cause the engine to yield and return back to the main control loop. And then other ones like here, like wait for chore. That's like another one that yields to the control loop and stuff like that. So we're doing a very similar design with our scripting engine here. So same kind of deal. Like we've got this command here, like so the sound effect that we kind of heard when I was kind of clicking on stuff, it's basically manually controlling the PC speaker, and every 50 milliseconds it is yielding back control to the engine, which is what this sleep command does. So yeah, so effectively the script runs for a little bit, hits the sleep command, then it yields back, and then later on it gets picked up from where it left off, and it keeps going and going and going, etc. And that's how you do cooperative multitasking. Okay, that was a lot of rambling. Oh, and Athano asked, ever play Torrens Passage? Yes, I've not finished it. I think I got like as far as like the third layer. It's layers, isn't it? Like that you're going towards the Earth's core, or something like that. Yeah, I got to the third layer, and then I kind of never got around to finishing it. I have seen other people finish it on stream though. It's an odd game. It's an odd game. I mean, yeah, like was that the one that Animation Magic did the animation for? Like it was definitely like in the cartoony style that very similar to like King's Quest VII. Yeah, odd is a choice of word. Like if I recall correctly, like it had like a very, very odd tone to it too. Like I know that Al Lowe was like one of the writers, and yeah, it's a kids game made by Al Lowe. So that's the best summary I can think of. Okay, now I've got completely derailed. Okay, let's make it not crash. So let's assume that error is bad and just actually check before running another. So we'll go if oh, there we go. If okay. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Like, I'll assume that... Is that what we want to do? Do we want to kind of just knock it out of contention and replace with the other verb? Yeah, because here's the trouble, right? So, say that there's a verb ready, and we've already got a verb on the boil. I've got a verb thread on the boil. The question is, if we're already in the middle of actually doing a verb on the verb thread, do we allow other verbs to be selectable? And the answer could be yes, just replace whatever we're doing and leave it up to, I don't know, leave it up to Muggins here to make sure that we're not actually able to kick off another verb. Or, yeah, that's we just assume that we're going to have one at a time. I am tempted to think that maybe we should only be one at a time. So, okay. Attempted to replace verb. And then Okay, we'll force single concurrency with verbs. We can always change that later if that turns out to be a bad idea, but I think that should be fine. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it's no longer interrupting. So that's good. I think that's good. And, oh, the other thing which I probably should have checked. Actually, no, that's probably fine. Like, we could... Yeah, all right. So we've done that. We've got, out of all that, we have... Well, we have none of these really. We've got the basics of starting up a verb event. Now, realistically, what I want to happen is I want the mouse pointer to disappear and I want it to block until we've reached the end of that function. And I also want the ability to like hit escape to like bail out of it quickly, or just to skip all the timing instructions essentially. So like we've got this sleep command here. Like, assuming that we kind of set it up similar to like this exchange here, where you have like, you know, a talk command and then a wait and then or a sleep or something like that. And yeah, then hitting escape would be equivalent of like removing all the wait commands and just immediately bucketing towards the end. So, and of course, just skipping over the talking. So I think that what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to get, I think we need to get talking going. We can add in like some really dodgy movement. Like we don't need to get the movement engine like fully up to scratch before we can set up talking. Actually, let me commit what I've got. Because what have we added? We've added in, I've added in like some fair number of fixes. So fix mouse button grabbing. And then the rest of that is just... Huh. Hang on. Wasn't it? Hang on. It's not doing the auto formatting. Why is it not doing the auto formatting? All? Okay, now it decided to run them. Okay. Yeah, all right. So we've got verbs, we've got run verb ready. Interesting. Okay. So like what a way that we could work around this is that we could add like another closure around the verb callbacks thing, which then but that's okay. Let's assume for now that we don't have to we just do it all manually. Like we can so we add a new function called pt grab input pt release input. And these functions are going to be there to basically stop everything we're doing and provide a start stop bit for cutscene type stuff. Right. So assuming that we want those two, then we can go. I think pt grab input would just be a flag. So we'll just do that, and we'll assume that if we've got that, then what we would need to do is just go if pt mouse sprite and pt input grabbed, and not pt input grabbed, then we show the mouse. So that's kind of like a basic start.
And they're involved right now.
Yeah, but with all the loot we've grabbed, the Mope Diamond in our possession, and the troublesome trio hot off the press, as it were.
It's not enough. I want Gotham City on its knees.
Don't we all? There we go. So now if we have mouse grabbed, the cursor disappears. Yeah. Right, so we got that. That's a good start. But effectively what would need to happen then is we would need for the callbacks for like these event callbacks, which are like the ones which mean any normal kind of interaction, those got to stop, or those got to get eaten. So I'll say if pt put grabbed and we go like grabbed input mode, then it would be like if ev type equals key down. Yeah, the other... okay, we'll just do it manually here. We could do it like as a nice little kind of callbacky type thing, but we may as well just do it in line. May as well just do it in line. And what's the key? The key type? Okay, so it's key down and then it's just key. Okay. Ev key equals esc. I think it's esc. Oh no, it's escape in full. Yeah, all right. And then, so, ooh, but then we also kind of get into the hairy, we get into another hairy spot, which is, say that we want to just signal to, we just want to signal to the verb thread that it's okay to just accelerate ahead and ignore all callbacks. How do we do that? It's actually quite hard. Because right now we have... so we have this code which has like this... oh yeah, okay, so we just add another one of these. We just add another one of these. So we already have like a map to say like, okay, for every thread, is it sleeping? You know, check how much it's sleeping for. If so, then... you know, either start it again if it needs to be or whatever. We would just have to rig this to be like it would still yield at each of the... It would still yield, but it'd be the equivalent of like just always being awake. So we can go... And that's per thread, so it doesn't matter if like something in the background is, you know, animating or whatever, that would still work. We just care about the verb thread. So we'll go local pt threads. Turbo? What do we call this? Because like basically fast forward. There we go. That's a good enough analogy. So we've got that. We would then be able to say that in grabbed input mode, we'd say pt threads fast forward verb. So we do that, and then up in here in our thread management code, we go if pt threads fast forward name, then And then this becomes an else if. Is awake. Ignore all sleeps, keep. Go at top speed. Well. Okay, and then we've got all this stuff here, which would be so is that also stop thread? Okay. So my understanding is that then, now that we've got that, hitting escape while in the middle of grabbed input mode should stop the sound early. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, so quit this out, go back into here. Yeah. It's working. I mean, we get to hear the last frequency band the PC speaker hit, but actually no, we get to hear like an accelerated version of all the notes. So that's nice, but it still technically works. I guess like there may be issues with like if there's like animation involved too, because I don't know. We might have to like put in some more kind of I don't know, like specific short-circuiting methods. But for now, that's not doing too bad. That's not doing too bad at all. All right. So we have a mechanism to grab the input and release the input. How about some dialogue? So this is another kind of bit of the engine that we need to flesh out, which is the actor system. Now, the way I see it is that this basically actor is going to be kind of it's like an organizational unit. Like it's a struct for kind of storing things about, you know, about a character in the scene. So it's not necessarily going to, you know, it's different from the sprite. The sprite can be separate. You can assign whatever sprite you want to an actor. It's just going to be that organizational unit that like persists across rooms, which is kind of the similar thing, but for, you know, what scene that we're in. And I have not done any actor code yet. All I have is these sprites, which are just basic dumb as rocks. Okay, actors. What are we gonna do? Do I have a? Yeah, and okay, and like as part of that, I think the way that to go forward would be like we'd have the actor deal with, that'd be the object that deals with the pathfinding. Like all the actor would do, you know, that would be the structure which the engine uses to kind of like move the position around, if that makes sense, and then all the sprite would do is just track to where the actor is. But all of the logic for kind of like moving around, talking, that kind of junk is all going to be part of the actor. So let's make one of those. So where's our room code? Update mouse over. PT room. Here, okay. So we'll do one of these. We'll go PT actor function. And we'll just say name to begin with. And then we'll go, yeah, then we'll say like x equals x, 0, y equals 0, z equals, do I want to track z? So like x and y would be the position in room coordinates, not screen coordinates. And z would be the position in terms of like the layers. No, we'd keep a z coordinate, because the plan I have, right, is to copy how Scum does pathfinding with like trapezoidal bounding boxes, and with that, like it's basically just kind of like you carve out a bunch of trapezoids for like the walkable areas on your scene, and then each of those can be given a different z level bounding box. So yeah, we'll need that. We'll need this for that. Like the main difference, right, is that like all of the background. Actually, I haven't decided whether or not the background and the sprite coordinates are going to be in room space or not. For now, they're just in screen space, but we'll see. Probably makes more sense to put them in room space, but anyway, okay, so we can create an actor. We'll absolutely create an actor. So there's, okay, this was going to be there was going to be a method like this which would focus the camera movement of the room. So yeah, like we can basically like define the size of, so this would be like, this is kind of scrolling code as well. So the idea would be that, for the room, you define like a size, like you define dimensions for like the entire thing, not just the visible viewport of the screen, and then you could say, oh, I want to focus on this actor in the room, which would then keep the camera sort of nicely locked on the actor. We won't bother about camera movement stuff just now. Maybe in a little bit, but we should. We've done that. For now, we just want to worry about like talking and stuff. So I think what we would need is something like that. We would need to go like PT actor set talk pause or talk offset. Because yeah, like from a movement perspective, I'd say that the actor's position would be about here at the feet, because that would be how you'd figure out whether you're in the right bounding box or not. But from a talking perspective, we want the speech bubble to appear like up here. So in order to best do that, we would need to so we'll say that like X position is, we'll assume that all speech bubbles are centered, and the position. We just need it like just slightly higher than where the sprite is. So we'll go at about 88. That sounds about right. So making one of those. Oh, and I got to pass it in as an argument. I mean, hang on. We don't need a function for this. Maybe we don't need a function for this. Maybe we can just set it as properties. That's probably better, actually. Let's do that. So we go ash. Yeah, because I feel like getters and setters we should only do if it's like really necessary, like it's causing a piece of state to change, like be cached or not. Otherwise, we should just make props that get changed on the thing. So we go talk x, talk y, 0. Then we do that, and then we can go talk x equals 0, hash talk y equals 188. And then just to try stuff out, we can pt what was, hang on, give me a moment. Oh, okay, yeah. PT actor talk ash. This is a test. That's boring. Let's just call it. No, God, no. Anything but that. And then I'll go pt wait for actor ash. Yeah, we'll do it this way. It doesn't matter. Like if we change our mind later and we want like the waiting stuff to happen automatically, if we can. We still need to have a wait facility built in, so it makes sense that we just kind of flesh it out, you know, verbosely, and then we can add in shortcuts later. Okay, so now we need to add an actor talk function. Message. Okay. And so that we would need to create. We need to create a speech bubble. Okay. PD text message. Oh, and then this would tie into like other, like the what do you call it? Like the talk color. How have we currently set up, like, because we have this, yeah, okay, so like here's an example. So we have this method here which we'll generate a piece of text, create a bitmap that uses these colors. Okay, so we'll copy this and we'll make this just white. Oh, we need the font too. God dang it. All right. That's okay. We can do that. We can go talk font equals nil. I really need to like make a built-in font. Like I've got the archive, what do you call it? Like there is like a really nice kind of open source font, which I can bitmap font, which I intend to convert into thing format, BM font format, but have not got around to it yet. So we'll just keep it nil. So I'll go if talk font equals nil. Because yeah, we don't really have a fallback then yet. Oh, and the width. I think we'll just hard code the width. We'll say 200. 200 seems about right. Though what we would have to do, and we would have to do like a little bit of trickery to ensure that it's always visible on the screen. But that's okay. We'll just assume that the message is always going to be about 200 wide. Oh no, font goes first, then the width, then 200, then the talk color. And then positioning is we would have to do a little bit of a little bit of a cheat, a little bit of a cheaty cheat. So it'll be actor what? Oh, okay, yep, okay. Local width height equal pt get image dims. So we'll just get the dimensions of the text box that we just made. We then have to move it to the right spot. This does require a setter because the image struct is in C. And then we can go actor talk image. I mean, yeah. Okay, we'll do it. The two options we have, right, is we can oh, no, we'll do it this way. It's much easier than doing it this way. We'll set the image origin to be like the bottom. So like, yeah. So like you can see like this text, it's kind of centered like right in the bottom in the center, and it's aligned at the bottom. So we'll do that same thing with the text. We just need to nudge it over if it happens to be off the screen so that we can see it. yeah, but we'll set the origin to that. So we'll go width divided by 2 height. So that'll set it in the bottom, the bottom of the, you know, bottom middle. So that'll set the origin to. Then all we have to do is set the actual position of actually maybe what we need to do. No, yeah, okay. So we'll go local text so we don't, yeah, so talk image is going to be it's going to be a background. It's going to be a background object. Actor talk image equals pt background. So we'll use that as the image. And then we have so would probably be actor.x. We'll go local x equals actor plus dot x plus actually no, I made a mistake, didn't I? But I said here this should be 88. It should be minus 88. Because in screen coordinates, negative goes up. So, yeah, okay. So, minus 88. So, I'll go actor x plus talk x. But then we have to make sure that it doesn't go off the screen, and that's where things get a little troublesome, And then we basically need to go. Does Lua have a minimum function? Surely it's got a. Okay, it's got math.min. So we go math.min this, and I guess it would be width divided by 2. Oh no, it would be maximum of that. And then we go math.min. So we're clamping it. So we're clamping it between that and it would be. Do I have a variable for screen width? Maybe I've hard coded it. Maybe that's bad. Hey, the fun guy, the real. How's it going? We're right in the middle of doing some DOS coding, or rather, we're doing Lua, which is, you know, the engine's in DOS, but you know, the actual good stuff's in Lua. Okay. So I'll just make some terrible stuff up here, because like, have I defined 320 anywhere? No, I have not. So we'll just go screen width equals 320, screen height equals 200. Then I'll at least know where to change it. Screen width minus width over. over 2. And then we do a very similar thing for the y-axis. So the height.
Your engine oil pressure is critical.
Oh, good to thank you very much for the follow, the fun guy, the real. I got all this. Yeah, that seems fine. And then height. Bound that by height, and yeah, it'll just be height because we're assuming that it's the bottom. Yeah, what do you call it? The offset is at the bottom. So then we go X, Y, and for Z we'll just go 10. I think 10 is the one that goes in front. Yeah, okay. But then again, like now I'm thinking, right, this is we gotta enroll this somehow. We gotta enroll this in the room. There is a function to add something to the room. I've got on room enter and all that. Room add. We've got room add object, and that's kind of a. I mean, because like like what we could be then doing is like adding this as like a permanent object to the. The question is, do we want to add this in to like the normal rendering crap for the room, and then have to remember to like re-add it every single time? Or do we not want to do that? Do we want to just... I don't know. I honestly don't know. Anyway, okay, that's one part of it. So like creating the little text blob, that's one part of it. Next thing we've got to do is we've got to add in a delay. Or we've got to add in a mechanism that allows the engine to delay. And I think it's got to be another one of these. Because we have here in the thread stuff. Yeah, what have we got? Okay, so we've got fast forward, we've got sleeps until, we've got to add another one of another. So we go local pt thread actor weight. Yeah, okay. And then okay, that makes sense. Then we'd have here like, you know, you go pt actor threads weight, thread name, and then inside would be, I guess, a list of all of the. Oh no, it could just be a single one. We could assume that you can only have a weight for one actor in a thread. So it'll either be, yeah, it'd either be a actor object. Okay, then now this becomes a question like, do we have a reference or do we have the actual object in there? I think we just have the actual object in there. It may be, yeah. That sounds fine. And then I really need to separate this code out into different files. It's doing my head in a little bit. Like, yeah, okay, we've got here for normal sleep. We'll go else if pt threads actor wait. Helps if I spell it right. If we're waiting on an actor, hurry it up. Yeah, that's something we're gonna have to deal with when we get like movement and stuff. Or I guess like movement, or we can do it with speech as well, but we'll just I guess we'll check. Is awake. PT actor busy. Then we would have to go down to so it would be okay. And now it kind of comes to the point where we have to like start keeping track of a ton of stuff. So we've got like the talk information. So this is like configuration information about the talking. We would also need to keep track of like talk end millis. Oh, sorry, talk millis. Yeah, okay, we'd do that, and we'd just go like and I would say yeah, so like as part of like setting up the talk situation in here, all we would need to do is equals pt get millis. And okay, how does scum do it? How does scum calculate how long something should take to say? Yeah, and they do it as a function of like talk speed. So like we've got default text speed, which is 6. And then interesting formula. Not entirely, I'm guessing that's meant to extend it out to like a 16-bit int. Um, okay, where is get talk speed used? Okay. Oh my god, it's just like endless. It's like a circle. It's like an infinite loop of just referring to talk speed over and over again. Talk speed. Text speed? Like, what actually uses the damn text speed? That's what I want. That's what I want to know. There's... Okay, print, message, and pause. Like, it should be in, like, actor.cpp. Message. Okay, here we go. Actor talk. So what does it do? It converts a message to a string. Okay, makes sense. Gets the current color for the talking. Then it does that. Talk delay. Okay. Come on, tell me more about talk. What? Ah, come on. Really? Nothing uses talk delay? No, of course everything uses talk delay. It's just my... Yeah, okay. Haha. Okay. This is looking more promising. Okay, so we add the text speed to it. Excuse me. Okay, so we add var okay. Okay, but it looks like they add in like an increment for every letter in the speech. Okay, so by default it's 128 plus just random stuff. Okay. I think Oh, and the other thing, lure. If I go like, this is a string. I think if you put like, yeah, okay, if you put hash in front of it, then it'll count it for you. I want to know if that's the same with UTF-8. Character map. So if I take one of these, come on, not gonna copy one of these fine letters for me. How about if I go to common? If I go to common and I pick, what is going on? How come I can't oh no, okay, it was, so what was happening was I must have pushed like the reverse string order character, and I couldn't see it because my ring light was in the way. So it was just building up over here. I was going, where are they? Why aren't they showing up? No, that's why. Okay, so grab this. Circle plus. Okay, so it's just doing it in terms of... it's doing it in terms of frigging UTF-8 raw. It's just doing like raw bytes rather than UTF-8, but that's okay. We can adapt. So let's just test out some. Let's just test something out. So we'll say that we'll go. Dr. Buck Doctor, good to see you. DOS should not support Unicode. How dare you? Well, yeah, I know. I've been committing DOS crimes. So this engine does support Unicode. As long as you've got it in your bitmap font, you can print UTF-8 text. Nothing will stop you. So like this is my test string from earlier, which has a you know, some nice UTF-8 in it. Kineko Strong says, yes, give me a bitmap Japanese font, please. I love not being able to read kanji. I mean, yeah, that's... Sure, why not? If there are UTF-8 code points for it, you can make a bitmap font of whatever you want. I completely forgot what I was doing. Oh, that's right. Back in the room. Delays. We gotta like guess. We gotta guess a good delay. So, do I have a? Okay, so like for our test string here, we'll use this as our test string. So ideally it should be something along the lines of like, the little bastards are back. I was kind of hoping for like more detail, but that's okay. So assuming that this is on screen for about 4 seconds, because I'm probably highballing this, and then we were to divide that up into let's say that like okay, let's say that if we just were to have like one word on the screen, like that should be there for at least like 1 second. Like that should be our floor. So we'll say that, so if we take this, how many letters is that? 35 of your Earth letters. So we'll go, and we'll say that the floor is 1000 milliseconds. So that would be 3000 milliseconds divided by 35, which is about 85 milliseconds per letter. Okay. We'll see if that kind of feels good. And yeah, this will eventually be configurable. I'm just hard coding it here because I do not have a configuration. I do not have like a setting, you know, some kind of like config space. We will need it eventually, but we do not have it now. So we're just gonna hard code it. So we'll go. So we'll go talk base delay equals how many milliseconds? 1000. Talk car delay equals 85? Yeah, 85, okay. plus talk base delay plus characters message times talk card delay. Kenny Australian says, I wish someone knowledgeable in C++ and with a lot of spare time would write me a source plugin for OBS so I can directly use libopenmpt in my scene setups. I mean, yeah, like, honestly, like, all my stream tech, I've just given up and used the browser source because it's easier to write something that, like, connects to a local web server and, you know, gets crap over WebSockets than it is to actually write a C++ source utility. I don't know. Have you? I mean, like, does libopenmpt run in like JavaScript? Like, can you build it with mscripton? Because if like that's the case, then it may be easier to just like write a fake web page and load it in with the browser source plugin. Oh, there you go. Yeah, because I thought Mod Archive would use some kind of similar thing, but yeah, I don't know. I found that the path of least resistance, just to hold your nose, write JavaScript, and then you can communicate it. I have like another, what's it called? Like I've got two Python servers, which one handles the events and the other handles just the gimmicks. And then one JavaScript server, which accepts like WebSocket commands from both of them. Yeah. I guess like eventually we could make this, this could eventually be ported to WebAssembly too. Like it is... I've been careful when designing this to not tie it too much to DOS. Like there is a cleanish sort of abstraction layer that I could eventually port to like use STL, which would then mean it would work in mscripton. But for the purpose of the game jam, I'm not bothering to port it to STL. That can be a future thing. Could also potentially be ported to ScumVM, I guess, because ScumVM has its own abstraction layer in between, like the platform layer, like STL. Oh, AGS can export to HTML5. I'm guessing. Yeah, I did not. I did not know about recent developments in AGS. I don't know. The last time I've used it was like many years ago. I just remember being kind of like recoiling a lot at the scripting language. Like it just doesn't work the same way that my brain does. Oh, and also just like various bits of it just felt really difficult to get something nice working. Like you had to like jump through like a whole bunch of user interface hoops just to like add objects and do animations, and like when you did add them in, it just felt a bit kind of naff. I don't know. It just never gelled with me, AGS. I'm glad it exists. I'm glad that it's a very capable tool. It's very popular. It's just, it's just not for me. But I think, okay, so we've got our delay for the speech. What are we gonna... Okay, then now kind of raises the question. We've got... we've got this function that checks to see if the actor is busy, but should... Or maybe we should change it to be like actor update. Then we don't have to feel bad about it actually mutating the actor's state necessarily. Because then that way, like, that can run. Oh, but then like the thing is though, like we want the actors like the actor stuff to be running all the time. We don't necessarily want it to just be like if we were waiting for it to finish. But I don't know how we would track that. Cause like here, right? Because we've we have our event loops. We've got... This was just checking to see that the threads are okay. And rehydrating them if necessary. But it really is tied to the thread, isn't it? Because, like, the thread is what's telling the... I think it's tied to the thread? I don't know. I don't know if we can... Like, I'm trying not to couple this too much, but I am only partially succeeding.
Your engine oil pressure is critical.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow. Cara Flang? Yes, Cara Flang. I can read. Good to have you on board. Oh, Kiniko said Marissa once wrote her own software 3D engine years back. Oh my word. Please tell me it wasn't in C. That sounds like it would have been. That sounds like it would have been a massive massive ordeal. Like, are we talking like kind of like using yeah, I got the feeling it was going to be in C. Is it kind of using like a like what kind of software 3D? Are we talking the like I don't know the name for it, but like the depth-based system that like I'm thinking like engines like Doom, where you have kind of like all of the segments, what do you call it? The world is just kind of like in vertical segments, and you kind of like cut it out that way, or is it like yeah, like I don't know. I don't know quite a lot about kind of early 3D engines. I just know that there are like several very, very different ways of going about it. Like with, you know, in terms of like in-scene rendering and binary space partitioning and like all these different tricks. Like, you know, like the Doom engine is very, very different from how like the Descent engine does it. And same goes for like Quake, and they all have like their little tricks. But yeah, it is... Oh my god, like, I just know, and yeah, I can appreciate how difficult it is to render that first triangle in OpenGL. When you're writing the engine yourself, I guess... Actually, I don't know. Maybe it would be easier. No, it absolutely wouldn't. It would be just as crazy. Oh yeah, and build. The build engine is its own kind of kettle of crazy in it. Yeah, Vulkan is really bad for that, isn't it? It's just like hundreds and hundreds of lines just to get one triangle. You got to just create the universe and then create the things in the universe and create the rules of the universe. It's just way too much stress for me. I can understand why it would be kind of like puzzle crack for people who love that kind of challenge. I am not one of those people. I would just immediately collapse in a miserable heap and go straight back to like OpenGL, which it, you know, has like a limited bound of complexity. Okay. Yeah, so, you know, I don't feel bad about doing this here. Maybe later on we'll change this to be independent, but for now we can just go actor update. And we'll just assume that the thread owns the actor, because there's only going to ever be one thread running an actor at the same time. I mean, that may not be true, but I can pretend it's true. I mean, they shouldn't clash. It shouldn't worry. It's an update function, so it shouldn't cause... Like, if for whatever reason two threads were waiting for the same actor, like, it wouldn't accelerate anything, or, you know, it wouldn't make anything. Like, I don't think we can create a race condition for this, so it should be fine. Oh, Dr. Buck Doctor, I've been dicking around with Vulkan for like 6 months and only now feel comfortable with it. Wow, what's the secret? It looks just absolutely like, yeah, it looks like a ton of invisible lead soup working with Vulkan. Oh, you got enough code to hide away the boilerplate? Maybe that's the solution. Right, actor. So because this is now an update function, we need to check to see if, or we need to update So we're gonna go local talk done talking. Actually, no, we go like return. Is it true? Is it true that if we're alive? Yeah, is awake. So once we've woken up, then we've got to return true. But so we'll return true by default, and then we'll basically go if actor. So if we have a talk image, then if actually, yeah, and if it's so if we've got a talk image and we've got a timeout and it is less than the timeout, then we go return false. And but as soon as it is but on the else path, then we would need to disable the talk image equals nil, and if we do that, and we might as well yeah, that'll work. Except no, it won't. No, the thing that we haven't really dealt with yet. The thing that we haven't really dealt with yet is this is where in the render chain this gets called. Like just setting this to nil here, that's not going to affect whether or not it's being shown on the screen. It will, what do you call it, clear it. It will kind of garbage collect it. But in order for it to be useful, we would need to so I guess, yeah, the other function that we should probably add here is if we go, like we have like PT switch room. Like room is kind of like a very you know, it's a container for like storing state about the current room. But if we were to have like a list of actors and then like as part of the renderer chain, we would render that. Yeah, because like here's the render chain, right? So like we've currently got it'll basically render everything that is currently in the room's render list first, and then it will try and render the global render list, which is just stuff like, you know, the floating text that explain, you know, the floating description text, like these two are in the room render list, and that the text down the bottom and is in the global render list. So I think what we would need to do is we would need to add in, we need to make a helper function to like, because we've got like room add object, we probably need to go like pt room remove object function room object, and then it would basically be like yeah, then we look it up. Okay, and that makes sense. And then we can just have it so that like when we first do the when we talk, then we add the talking of, we add the text to the room using this, then it gets rendered in the normal cycle, and then at the end when we run out of time, we remove it again, and then it gets garbage collected. Okay. That makes sense. So we'll go if not room then return, and if object then end. Okay, we'll add another sort command in here to sort out the render list. So basically, like every time we add or remove something from the render list, we get Lua to sort it by Z order. So that way we can, we don't have to worry about like which items appear in front of which other ones, because it's always tracked. But now what we need to do is we need to find table. Like, what do we got? We've got table okay, we can find, so we can remove. I guess we would just need to iterate through everything in the table. For I obj in pairs, I pairs, room render list, do end, and then we go if object equals obj, then room render list break. Now we table table remove. I think that'll work. Okay, so we got that. Okay. Got the global render list. Yeah, then we would go PT room add object actor talk image I should probably okay. To do move room, make room reference on actor, because it wouldn't necessarily be the current room, it would be the room that the actor is standing in, but whatever, it's good enough. Okay, so we do that, we add this to the room. It's going to stay there until we reach, oh, and I should probably go fast forward. Actually, no. Oh no, yes. Sorry, we would need to deal with the fast forward situation in here, because this is now an update function, which is actually doing stuff. So we would need to go if so So it would be remove object actor talk image. Actor talk image is nil. Yeah, okay. Good, good, good. PT actor update. So then now the actor one would take precedence, which would then mean this would become an else. Okay, good, 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 good. And now back to our code here. Back to our example. So grabbing the input, we get the actor to talk. We're then waiting for that actor to finish, and then we play the little tune. Okay. I'm sure there's something I've forgotten, but let's just okay. 186. Where did I what? 186 expected near. Where did I add an extra? Oh, it's probably up here. Boot lure 186. Oh, because I forgot a comma. Okay. Because I forgot a comma. Oh, is that like an ad for CPM? Yeah. God. Symbolic debugger, macro assembler, text formatter. Jeez, just spoiled. Absolutely spoiled. What's Intel MDS? I'm not aware of what Intel MDS is. Okay, well, where did... Hang on, let me close some of these things. Okay, and if I click it, okay, well we're not seeing any text, but I'm not hearing any text either. But now, what we can do is we can open up the telnet. So, what is the state that we want to check out? Ash? Okay, Ash is there. So Ash, oh, it's because I didn't set a font. That might be why. Actor talk Millis? Did that get set? Oop, hang on. I've got too many terminals open. Okay. Okay, so we've come back, but it hasn't given me the mouse cursor. Or played the sound. Right. The font though we can fix. Like that's on me. That's on me for doing a sloppy job. Ash talk font. Was it talk font? Yeah, it was talk font. Equals. What did I call it here? Did I just call it eagle? Oh, just font. Okay. Alright, now if we try it now. No. No, 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 no. Yeah, okay, and we're back in the room. Okay, so why are we not getting the mouse cursor back? Is it because I forgot to turn it back on? Like we have PT input grab true and PT input grab equals false. Did I call PT release input at the end? I did. So is PT input grab not being changed back? Is something dying before that happens? Ugh. PT release input. Huh. What? Okay. AX equals function. I swear I tested the... I mean, like, look, PT log. Yeah, like that works. How come PT release input doesn't work? Like that's and PT input, okay, is it because I'm maybe the encapsulation means that I can't actually view PT input grabbed. That'd be pretty funny. That'd be pretty funny if I did that to myself. Like the function's there. Unexpected symbol near semicolon. Oh, is it because okay, this might be... How about print PT release input? Okay, did that give me the mouse cursor back? It did, which suggests that maybe it wasn't working. Hang on. What's in the log? Oh. Why was it only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, that's a very suspicious number of characters to stop working at. It's a very suspicious number of characters. And I think that's almost exactly the same size as the serial buffer. Did I just not test this with like long lines? That's entirely possible. I may not have tested this with long lines. But it can't be that, because like print worked fine. Print is longer and it worked fine. How come this, which is exactly 15 letters, did not work? I'm just at the point where I removed all the debug from that too. That kind of sucks. Okay. Alright, well, I'm going to just take the safety catch off so that I can view it in the shell. Yeah, okay, so now we can see it. Okay, that's good. That's good to know that local actually does work at obscuring private methods. That'll be good for keeping the API clean. So if I click on this, okay, so mouse over events are still being processed, but now yeah, it's just not running it, or it's just running forever. Okay, let's take so I'll encapsulate that again, but oh, is it because like the mouse over callback? Oh, it's because that always gets called even if not PT input grabbed, then update mouse over. Okay, so that'll solve the issue of the text descriptions getting updated, and we should okay, but escape doesn't seem to do anything. That's a problem. Oh, because that only like enables threads fast forward. Okay, fine. Okay, so we'll take the safety catch off for this and this. And that. But of course, yeah, we can't quit anymore because the input is eaten. All right. So I click on this. We then open up this and go PT threads actor wait. Verb nil. Okay. PT threads actor wait. Okay, so nothing in PT threads actor wait. So we're not. Oh, that'll be why. We okay, now I understand. So we still need to add in a hook into wait for actor to actually make it wait. Do we not have a wait for actor? So we'll go PT wait for actor equals function actor and then we need to do something similar to what we do with sleep, which is because sleep kind of cheats and gets, yeah, it gets the current thread using this. Okay, so we'll steal liberally what is going on with that. So we'll go PT threads, actor weight. This equals actor. I think they'll do it. Yeah, that'll do it. High degree of confidence that'll do it. Maybe it'll do it. Probably won't do it. No chance it'll do it. Somewhere in between. Well, it ate the mouse cursor. That's a change. That's I'm not sure it's a welcome change, but it's a change. Okay. Okay, we've got 0 threads running. That's not good. We have no threads at all. Because yeah, because it should be the verb thread. The verb thread should be running. Like the whole point of this was to start the verb thread. And it's grabbing the input, so it must have gone that far. I wonder. Did it? And yeah, the input is still grabbed. PT threads actor. Oh, hang on. Wrong. Actor weight, that's it. Where did I... Oh, see. Wait. It's also 0. Of course it's also 0. Which means it must have... I guess means it must have finished. How about... Okay, let's add a short circuit in, because we currently don't have a way of getting PT quit. So when we... I'm guessing it's dying before it reaches here, because otherwise we'd hear the sweep, and that's not happening. So like, maybe it's dying somewhere in here. The other alternative is if I just quit DOSBox like that. Maybe that'll be enough to flush out the text file. Oh yeah, thread verb errored. Attempted to perform arithmetic on a nil value, global talk X. Okay. Okay, it's nice when the error messages work. I'll say that much. Oh, because actor X and actor Y are nil? Why are actor X and actor Y nil? That shouldn't be right. Oh, global talk X. Oh, because it's actually like actor to talk X. Okay. So I made a mistake. Is where we should is the answer. It's always the answer. And start again. Yes! Okay. Disappear. Ah! Well, it disappeared, but not in a good way. Disappeared in a bad way. Alright. I really wish I knew, like, what error handling thing I'd screwed up. Because there are more traceback bits. I don't know. it's only showing like the top number of those things. Oh, it's related to tech? No, it's happening after. So this is succeeding. It is waiting. And then immediately after waiting for the actor, or like during the code that recovers after waiting for the actor, then it eats it. It eats it big. So what do we got? We got if actor talk image and actor talk millis, then if not fast forward, then return false. PT remove object. Maybe it's probably going to be this. I have a distinct feeling it's going to be this that it doesn't like. And we'll just ignore the fact that the text appeared in the wrong spot. Like that's you know, that's something we can deal with very easily after we figure out why this bit is busted. I'm okay. How did I screw up the I pairs? Really? I've not used I pairs? Oop. Okay, well, we can get rid of that because that's sensible. Have I really never used? Okay. Apparently I never used I pairs. Returns 3 values, an iterator function, the table T, and 0. So that the construction from IV and I pairs T do body end will iterate over the key value pairs up until the first absent index. I could just change this to be like index, because technically that's all we need. What's this? Okay. Hey Marissa, Goober Dragon wants me to argue about C. I mean, I don't know. Like, do we need to argue about C? Like, I'm not pretending that C isn't good. Well, good's maybe too strong a word. C isn't valuable. There we go. That's where my opinion of C is. Like, it has its uses. It's actually quite good for prototyping. It's just absolutely just painful for anything involving data structures or string manipulation or thinking. But hey, if you just need to poke some stuff in a register, it's great. Love it. Perfect. Change nothing. See, it's just, yeah. Okay, we're gonna change. So if we make this a for loop, like what's the for loop syntax? Oh, yeah, okay. Maybe that's where I screwed up. So it's I. This thing, yeah, there we go. We'll do it like that. Kineko says, you know, if your game logic is being done in Lua, what if you ran the game in OBS? As in like directly in OBS? Like, I'm not sure what kind of graphics primitive you get from binding directly with the OBS API. I'm guessing you just get some kind of texture, like render to texture feature, which things like the browser source kind of sit in. I mean, I suppose it's like, you know, if this gets ported to Emscripten, then, you know, it could just run in the browser. There's nothing technically stopping it from doing that. Like, it is all single-threaded. So... Oh, Kinko says, I think you can create text and image sources on the fly in the scripting backend. Oh, like, as in, the equivalent of that, like the bitmap and text rendering features native to OBS. Oh, that's... I don't know, like, my friend Sean Morley has a very intricate stream setup, which is based around driving all of those things, like all those OBS primitives with this toolkit called Sammy, and it is it's don't get me wrong, it's incredible. It's like an absolute feat of engineering, but it is also, as one might expect, crazy fragile. But yeah, I do kind of wonder like how difficult it is to like interface with. Because yeah, because OBS must have like an image and sound abstraction API, which it uses for routing all that stuff. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see what you kind of get out of that. I'm gonna look up for loop syntax. Oh, okay. It's just one to room render list. Yeah, okay. That seems like it would work. Maybe. I really don't know what you can get away with in Lua. That's part of the troubles. Part of the endless troubles. Did I rebuild it? I don't think I rebuilt it. I should double check that. Oh no, I did. Oh, there's also kind of another thing, like another bug with the engine that I've got to figure out. I haven't found a way to disable like the default DOS keyboard interrupt. So like, for instance, like, you know, I can go, this is a test, and then I hit Q, which leaves the game. And you can see there, it's there on the DOS prompt because I've not disconnected the the standard DOS interrupt. I've only chained it. And the problem is when I try and swap out the standard DOS interrupt, like, I don't know, you have the option of replacing it wholeheartedly, or you have the option of chaining it. And if I swap it out, then the game immediately crashes, like in the middle of like like in the middle of the loader somewhere. Just absolutely messy. But chaining it works. You just get like crap on the console afterwards. Oh, like, okay, so someone has ported Doom into OBS. That, you know, that scans. Like, I think... Is there a platform that Doom doesn't run on in some capacity? I mean, you know, obviously there's like limitations in terms of architecture, which would make it really hard to run on anything that isn't 32-bit, but somehow I don't think that stopped people from trying. So yeah, like something kind of modern and Turing complete, like, you know, OBS plugin makes perfect sense that I'd port Doom there. Okay. So now if I click this, you see the text, and it crashes again. Good stuff. Good stuff. And we don't get a clue. We don't get a clue as to why. I'm desperate enough that I am going to look up some of these keen-looking stack trace numbers. 1, 4, 2, 3, E. Like, which part of lure is it having a bad time with? Okay, it's in the bit of lure that does things. Okay, that's lib C. Okay, so it's like the I have no mouth yet I must scream type of problem where it really wants to put out an error message, but for whatever reason, the stack is slightly corrupt and it cannot. Yeah. I don't know. I may have to save that one until after I put it to a system which has a working debugger. Like, I don't know. Debugging and, using the native DOSBox debugger, way too painful. You can't, I've not yet, like, to give you an idea of, like, how hopeless it is, I've not been able to find a way to make it break on a 32-bit address. It's just, yeah, it's just crazy hard. Maybe it's got something to do with, like, the JIT making things worse, but... Right. PT log. If I die, it wasn't an accident. Avenge me. And we go... essentially... DI. Okay, did we get anything? No, it's dying before we reach that code. Or maybe... it must be dying before it reached that code. But there's... I don't understand, because there's like nowhere else for it to... Because, yeah, the fact that it's delaying, like, this is going to be being called every single frame. Kinko says, imagine doing debugging the old-fashioned way with a Hercules car, driving a monochrome IBM monitor, and having the debugger running on that second monitor. Yeah, like, this was something that I weighed up when I was designing the... Oh, yeah, like, an actual kind of, like, in-memory debugger. Yeah, I was weighing that up. Unfortunately, I think you can only have multiple screens with DOSBox X, which unfortunately I don't really have working right now. And in addition to that, I need, like, I'm not sure what kind of debugging options you really have with DJGPP. I'm assuming that you get, like, there's something, but it's not like turbo, like Borland Turbo Debugger, where it will do the second monitor for you. But that is a large part of why I put in the Lua command line over serial/telnet. Oh, and Kinnico says there's still some MS-DOS games that have that feature lingering around, like MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries. Having an in-sim debugger still somewhat usable if you have a secondary monochrome monitor and you are not remapping the monochrome display adapter addresses. Yeah, Because yeah, like it was a very popular way of like debugging back in the day, wasn't it? To just have, because especially because like that monochrome card did not it did not intersect with like the VGA memory or anything like that. So yeah, why not have two monitors? Why not as a treat? So it's going to be something to do with like it's calling like a function that doesn't exist, or there's like it's going to be calling a function that doesn't exist, or it's going to be like dereferencing a list in a way like that's too deep. Those are generally the two things which cause Lua to vomit blood. So I think that if we put in the debug's print statement slightly earlier, and then restart this, and then click the thing, no, we still don't get any hints. It would be good if we could just literally put in a delay, like a blocking delay, which may be like enough time for it to write the log to the file before crashing. Like I swear, like if we go like this, yeah, like I've set this to flush after every write to the file. So there's no excuse as to why. Like, I should not be doubting the log function. The log function should be working. How about if we put like one up the top and we go... And then we go D, and then... yeah, okay. Right. So it makes it all the way up to the edge. Like, look at this. So our text waits for the allotted amount of time, which is, by the looks of things, you know, 4 seconds. So our calculation worked beautifully. And then just before it reaches the final loop where it would actually do something, it doesn't survive. But then that could just be what's it called? Could be an issue with the flushing not working. Because yeah, I don't see any other places where it could screw up. So if I let's do the nuclear option. Let's let's flood the zone. Okay. You know, if at first you don't succeed, try it again like 20 more times. I mean, one of them's got to get through, right? Like one of those flushes. So that's gonna die. But yeah, okay. So my hunch was right. It is actually making it to that line, but we just don't have enough time between running the code and flushing the file to see it. So we do actually make it in here. And this is dying? So new change of plan. Let's go into PD. I'm guessing it's this command here. Because, like, bet you anything, if I comment this out, it's going to work. So, start this, click the thing. We're not going to get our mouse pointer back. Oh. Okay, I stand corrected. It's not that. That's interesting. What, is it because the order of like the order of... No, I called PT remove object is like after that. I forgot the second argument. That's why. It's trying to operate on the wrong type of struct. Alright. That's fair. I deserve that. PT current. That'll do. If we can get rid of this. Turn this back on. Yeah, because it was trying to get room render list, and then it was calling table remove on that when it wasn't actually a list. Yeah, okay. So that's... Okay. So now we click on it. We trigger the little text. We got a chirrup. Okay, the text doesn't disappear. That's fine. We can work with that. But it appears to be doing the rest. Sort of. Okay, what have we got? We got PT. Okay, so we do this. We wait for the actor. That should get rid of the text bitmap, but it's not doing that. I'm not sure why. Because yeah, like that's what this whole cycle is for. Maybe because none of the objects match. Maybe this technique here is bad. Well, anyway. Then it goes ahead and plays this, but it was, for some reason, it was playing it at like fast forward speed. How about if I right click? Does that... Yeah, it's always doing it at fast forward speed now. Okay, that's a mistake. Should be sleeping. Should be having a little sleep. Oh, is it because this is set and we don't clear it? Well, we can check. We can absolutely we can check. Console. PT threads. Oh, except I I put the safety back on, didn't I? So we can't. Oh no, we did. Should absolutely be there. Okay. Okay, and there are no threads. Oh, Ken Dragon says, speaking of sleep, remember how sitting at command.com would cook your CPU unless you installed DOS idle? Was that like... Did all versions of DOS do that, or just kind of like the earlier ones before they figured out like the yield instruction, or what was it? Like there is an x86 instruction which does like sleep until the next interrupt. Oh, they all did that, really? I kind of thought that, like, oh, you literally have to have the DOS idle TSR installed, or they'll do that. Dang. That's rough. I did... Honestly, yeah. Color me surprised. I did not know. I do know that, like, when you're programming... Well, when I'm programming with DJGPP here, the standard way that you're meant to kind of yield, you know, you're meant to like indicate that there's a sleep is you're meant to call DPMI idle, which in turn does, I think it does that, yeah, that does that kind of Intel x86 instruction. Oh, actually, no, it checks the environment. I think it checks the environment. It does the Intel x86 sleep instruction if it finds that it's like the only resident, like if there's no Windows. But if there's Windows, then it will yield back to Windows. Which, yeah, it's convoluted, but I kind of understand it. But yeah, sleeping is still kind of, you either have to like time, you know, you have to use the timer to kind of like manually wait and then use the yield for everything else, I think. It's, yeah. There have been multiple times during this project where I've just kind of like learned a little bit more about the state of DOS, and then also just about how kind of like, mostly because Windows had come along, like Microsoft like, yeah, we don't really want to fix any of this. We'll just let people suffer. Because, you know, this is just like a temporary thing. Like, never mind the fact that people are like doing all of the cool games and hardware intensive stuff in DOS. Like, that's just, you know. And yes, you're right. Windows 95 is technically still DOS. But there, I mean, it coexists with DOS, but there is like a big substantial, you know, context switch that happens between when you're in Windows and when you're in DOS. Yeah, I haven't, And yeah, you're talking about WXDs. Yeah, I've looked a little bit into kind of like Windows 3.1 kernel drivers. Yeah, they're kind of a bit cooked, aren't they? They're not great. best left alone. All right, well, we've got the threads table. We've got the mouse back. Is there a shortcut in Lua which just tells you all the keys that are in an array? There's got to be, right? Like Lua table. Print? Will print do that? Like print pt threads? Oh, okay, no, that's exactly 15 characters. Print pt threads space. No, it'll just do that. No, there's someone that's got to. There's got to be a nice way that I just don't know about. Surely, like Lua pretty print table. How to dump a table to the console. Kineko says, honestly, worst part of dealing with VXD is the sound card vendors. Creative, Oriole, they all wrote absolute beyond shite software. Every single problem that happens can be directly traced to the VXD drivers messing everything up. Yeah, like it strikes me that they're just, you know, this was before really any guardrails were in there. You could literally just, you know, I mean, there was very little kind of in the way of protection, especially in like those early Windows releases, and only I think later with NT they started to kind of get a little bit more, you know, they actually did proper kind of paging and like protected, I don't know, protected range access, but at least, yeah. I may be misremembering. Maybe they added some of that in Windows 95. I just know that, I don't know, my experience has been with Windows 3.1 where it's basically the honor system. just make sure you don't wreck the wrong piece of memory. Dump a table to a console. Okay. There's a third-party library. Ooh. Could just bundle this in there. Like that wouldn't be too bad. Like how bad is like how much code is it? Oh yeah. It's MIT. Yeah, a couple hundred lines. We absolutely could just load this in, but maybe, yeah, maybe I'll do that off stream. But any old way. What were the objects? It was like add object. Oh, the global rent. So there's the global render list and there's the room render list. So room.render list, that's what we need to check. Current room. Oh, because it's, okay, pt get current room. No, that's not it. Oh no, I just called it that. Okay. So I've got pt current room dot render list, which is a table, and then I want to know how big this is. Okay, there are 4 things. So that would be, yeah, it would be this sprite, and the background, and then this overlay text. So maybe the remove command isn't working? Oh, right, because, yeah, okay. Because that'll always be nil, because I changed how the API worked, because I got it wrong. Okay, no, that makes sense. So we can now go I_obj in pairs room render list, and then do this, and then give it another stab. Stabby stab. It still finishes like alarmingly quickly. Okay, how did I manage? Okay, so I've managed to screw up the sleep detection. Oh, because... Would it be because this actor wait thing is always... Yeah, because like it feels like this would be short-circuiting. Yeah, because I'm not terminating that, am I? Yeah, okay. So we should... Then we'll zero this out. Okay, that'll be why.
Song. Press that note to pick that song.
Hey, good to see you, STD error, Denmark? Yeah. We're well in the... Actually, does Lua have standard error? Yeah, I guess it does. I just turn it off because I'm piping everything to the console. But yeah, we're just... Oh, we're so close. I know this. I know that all we need to do is remove or undefine this, because when we've woken up, then we no longer need to wait for the actor. And then I think that should be enough. They say for the millionth time in a row. So start this up again. So, okay, the timer is working again. Okay, good. So now we have, yeah, so we've got... Oh, and we should probably fix where the text box is showing up, because that is absolutely on the wrong side of the screen. Yeah, because we're going actor talk this. Because where is the actor being set up? The actor is being set up... It's just being set up at 0, 0. I'm pretty sure. So it should be the top left of the screen that we see everything. Why is it the top right? That seems wrong. Okay, so where have I screwed up? Actually, no, I don't even have to do it from here. I can do it. Ah. Okay, ash dot x, ash dot y, ash talk x, ash talk y, minus 88. Oh, standard error. Denmark says, I'm about to head home from work, so I can't really watch the stream now, but I saw Adventure Game Engine and had to throw a follow. Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, so this is just kind of like a little side project that I'm doing for the DOS Game Jam, which is currently in progress. And yeah, we're creating an adventure game engine from scratch using C and and Lua. And yeah, and normally the stream I'm just kind of like working on ScumVM, like I'm one of the developers that's fixing like Macromedia Director support, but I'm glad to kind of like take this little sidetrack because yeah, it's been kind of fun. We've got like the various bits and bobs of the engine working. We have like an art pipeline now. I can actually, you know, I just need to sit down and like draw a whole bunch of sprites now. The actual nuts and bolts of the game, that like the game that's going to come with the engine, I have mostly mapped out. I just do not. I don't know. I'm trying not to expose too much of that side on stream, just because, you know, it's an adventure game. You want to be able to like, you know, you want to be able to actually experience it firsthand. You don't want to have it spoiled. So yeah, I've just been trying to kind of get all of the technical stuff out of the way here on stream. But all right, okay. It does, like, the Y position seems correct, and the X position seems correct but reversed. So I mean, it was a little while ago, but did I change where the actor position was? No, I did not. So is it just coincidence? Because like actor X and actor talk X are both 0. So yeah, I don't understand. I don't understand the maths behind this. Or I don't understand why the maths isn't working. So pt log the maths says d x y. Okay, and then we can quit. Start this again. Oh, gotta rebuild it because let's start this again. And we click this. Okay. Then here in the Axton log, oh, I still have that debug message. I should probably get rid of it. The math says 120. So we'll do a little. Let's do a little bit of. We'll do a bit of napkin maths here. So we know that actor X and actor talk X are both going to be 0. So it is picking the Mac, and we know that width is going to be 100. So it's going to be max, 0, 100, min, this, and 320 minus 100 over 2, which is 100. Okay. So it makes sense. But what I don't understand is, like, if the origin is meant to be at 100, why does this not work? Why does this not work? It's like it's like twice as far over. That's what's doing me head in. That's what's doing my head in. Yeah, if it was... So these numbers are correct. What isn't... And this is correct. But maybe the image origin on here is not correct? Because if, like, for instance, I just go ahead and make this like 0, 0, and we comment that out, and then we can see, like, where... Actually, I'll go further than that. If we do this, and then we comment out this line completely.
Listen and try it with the musical drum key.
Hey, wonderful to see you, Marapa. Welcome. Oh, why is this text? Why is this text over here? Anyway, so we will save that, rebuild this, quit DOSBox, which I probably didn't need to do. It's still there. Why is it still there? I rigged you so that it should so there's no longer any image origin. I mean, is the text... I mean, no, the text width can't be different. I'm so confused. Like, I don't get it. Pete, okay. So the text image. Oh, I can, how about I add in some debugging back into here? There we go. Where's the blitter? The blitter is... It's not convert image. Yeah, this thing. So it does this. It positions it. It does all that stuff. Okay, log print. Why? Okay. There we go. Hardware image. X, Y, hardware image. I mean, I think this line won't tell us really anything new, because by the time that we've got here, oh no, but we have the calculation here to cut away. So it's in here that we reposition based on where the origin point of the image is. So we'll add in all of those numbers. Gonna make the logs messy, but that's okay. We'll take it out afterwards. Okay. Right. Okay. We have. Yeah, okay, and this is when the verb thread terminated. Yeah, here, okay. So we have drawing to 120 a 200 by 20 rectangle. Am I going nuts? Does my head just not work properly? All right. So here's our canvas. $320 by 200 pixels, of course. So there's our background, and now we have another scene. Now we have another thing, which is going to be our text, and that is going to be a 100 by 20. Oh, sorry, no, a 200 by 20. 200 by 20. And we'll position this at the origin. And we position this at, and yeah, it's 0, 0, because the origin is at 0, 0. So that is just at straight 120. Okay. No, it was fine all along. It was okay. I just lacked the capacity to imagine it in my head. Okay. So the numbers going in are incorrect. What we actually need is like the opposite of whatever that is. So get out of there. All right. Yeah, I think we'll sort out this one issue, then we might close the stream for the evening. But yeah, another very productive, never productive round of adding stuff. Because, yeah, like we've got that. It should be fairly trivial to extend that to include like sprite animations. Unfortunately, I don't really have a sprite animation to test with. But then we could basically have it so that like when you, like during talking, we, you know, switch to a talking animation, and then afterwards we switch back. Stuff like that. And then, do we really need anything else for finishing interactions? Oh yeah, movement. Yeah, we would need to get like the walk boxes stuff sorted. But that'll probably be, yeah, that'll be like my next job off stream to get walk boxes and stuff working. So we've got message, this stuff. Where was this? Okay, and this was the code that positioned the text box. So let's visualize again here. So the actor is probably going to be just about here. But different color, please. So the actor is going to be about here. And what we want is for the text box to nominally be a few pixels above. And that's kind of why we have that, like we set it to -88. So it should be whatever the actor's coordinates are -88 in the Y direction. Except that's not really cutting it, is it? It's got X plus torque X yeah, and kind of, all right, working backwards again. So we know that the eventual text box is going to be 200 wide, which then means that like width divided by 2 is going to be the left bound. Yeah, the left bound. So the left bound would be at, because that's 200. So the left bound would be at about, but that, okay, that's almost as if like the origin isn't being set then. Because like the whole point, right, is that the origin should be down here, not in the top left. And once we have it set to there, then the math should kind of work out. Because then you can go, all right, move this to 100 pixels. Oh, okay, that's right. This image editor doesn't really give it to you, but pixels, please. Okay, there we go. So yeah, like, is that pixels? Yeah. Okay, yeah. So there we go. So like right at the edge of the screen. And yeah, that's not happening. Is it set image origin that isn't working? That could be that I haven't really tested that very well, so maybe that's where I screwed up. If not image or image type. Oh, right, okay. No, that seems legit. But we could just put in a log function for that. Let's do that. Set image origin. Oh, we already have a log function in there, so it should appear in rep origin. No, it's not really working, is it? Yeah, it's just not calling it. All right, is that because the output of PT font is an image? No. Oh no. Okay, that's a problem. Oh wait, no. No, the output of PT text is an image. Yes, okay. But PT font is its own different object type. That's correct. But oh, yeah. Ugh, that's why. It's because, yeah, I've got this on the wrong thing, and I didn't put in an error message, so it was just failing normally. Okay, that should bring us back. Okay, this is it. I can feel it. Yeah. Okay, so it's cramped up in the top corner, but that's because we haven't set the position of the actor. We can fake that using this test script, and we just go ash x equals, what's the test person sprite? Okay, so I'll just go. Okay, so do that, start that again. Nice. And there we go. I suppose like the one little thing that, well, we've got 10 minutes left. Like the one little thing we could do is put in a handler in input grabbed mode that allows you to click through dialogue. And given that we already got one of those. So we already got this, which checks for that. Else if ev type equals mouse down, then PT threads actor wait. Yeah, that's crude, but I think it'll work. Oop. Oh wait, no. That just erases the actor. That's probably not what we'd want. No, we would need to PT get Millis. Yeah, something like that. Oh, and I should get rid of this line. There we go. So we can now click through dialogue. PC speaker sound effects, they they are way more satisfying than they have any right to be. But I think I'm going to call it there. So I'll put a link to the chat for the DOS Game Jam. Again, I noticed now from looking at it that there are 10 days left. That's actually, for some reason, I thought I had like a little bit more time than that, but that's kind of, yeah, it's a little worrying, a little concerning. But I think that we can still make it. We can still make it with enough time because we've got just enough. Yeah, like there's barely enough time to sandwich everything in. Worst case, I'll try and just get the. I don't know. I haven't decided whether or not like how much I'm willing to jettison if I don't kind of quite get it all done in 10 days, but
Musical
we will we'll see.
1. Play that note.
Oh, and thank you very much for the follow, Fonsters Hard. It's good to have you here. Yeah. I will. I mean, I'll definitely be streaming the same time next week. I may do like an earlier stream, either like on the weekend or on the Monday, depending on like what kind of jobs that I've got going on. It's probably just going to be more busy work in terms of like just getting assets and stuff ready, which I'm loath to stream because then it's harder to like watch TV and stuff at the same time. But we'll see how we go. Let's see if anyone else is on the website twitch.tv. Okay. Well, I guess like on the, yeah, I guess like tangentially related to, I guess another creative stream. I've noticed that my friend A Good Pete has gone live, creating more horrifying artworks for his Twitch channel. So I think that we're gonna raid A Good Pete. But yeah, thanks again for sticking around. I'll see you all next time. Okay, later.